Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How's everybody doing? How is everybody doing? Welcome in, Jerry Lynn. Welcome in, Diana. Welcome in, Happy Turtle. Welcome in and say hello to our new mods. 2 new mods today. Donna, of course, Whispering Winds is always here with us, supporting us. Love you, Miss Donna. We've got Marie Curie. And we have My Baby's Army as new moderators. Thank you, ladies, for reaching out to me and offering to help the channel grow. Good morning, Carlene. How are you? Okay, so today we are going to talk about 3 cases. We're going to have a long live again, so buckle up. We're going to get into Nick Reiner, if that's because we've covered this case. And I want to mention I got a list going. Of a few other cases. Wild. It looks like there's 2 possible serial killers on the loose. One Tom talked to us about when he was in the chat the other day. The retired police officer of 18 years. Hey, Marie, sweetie. I'm getting there, honey. Getting there, slowly but surely. He said he's working on the case for an attorney, a retired law enforcement officer, and that he said in the chat here they believe there's a serial killer out in Houston. We've heard about that one in the Bayou. There's actually 3 possible killers because we talked about before in Austin, Texas. Lady Slipper Lake. Hey, Faye, nice to see you this morning, honey. And also, what I just found this morning, y'all. Yeah, they're correct, Joyful. I agree. And we just found this morning, or I just found this morning, another case, y'all. Have you heard about this? So we're going to cover that soon. 6 bodies found at Disneyland in the last 60 days. Is there a Disneyland serial killer? So those will be some cases. Of course, we're going to go back to Gus Lamont. We're going to keep updating on Anna Kepner. Excuse me. Smiley face killer also out there too. Yeah. So there's a lot of other cases we're going to start covering. Yeah. Wow. Hey, Jerry Lynn. That is interesting that nobody's talking about it. But today we're going to continue to cover on this case. Those cases. I want to see Emmanuel Harrow, what happens with Rebecca Harrow. Yeah. So I don't think we have time today. Truly, after yesterday's live, I just sat and watched, all the updates on Nick Reiner and the Tepe family, which we're going to watch today. Yeah, Donna. I've only seen one video. I just found it this morning on somebody that's covering it on a true crime channel. So we're going to dive into that and see if we can figure out what's going on. But yeah, I'm not surprised that it would be hush hush. But let's get into it because we have a long live today. I just want to first state in this long live here, today's topic and the thumbnail is whodunit. Because I was listening to the 3 cases we're going to cover, listening to 2 of the cases we're going to cover today. Thank you, honey. Thank you for reminding everybody. So weird how sometimes it shows up, their membership, and sometimes it doesn't. No, I know, Marie. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. And anyway, there's also things we're not going to talk about here because we are primarily focused on true crime, we are focused on true crime, but thank you, Donna. I kind of jumped the gun, didn't I? I thought that was what you were doing. Thank you. Thank you. I always appreciate your support, honey. Okay, so listen, we're going to this channel. I've said all along. It's okay. I've said all along. I've been wanting to expand different cases, and I see a lot of people that are watching you know, from their cell and at work. Oh, Happy Turtle got the membership. That's awesome. Thank you, Donna, again, and welcome in, Happy Turtle. I'm going to, what I'm going to continue to do is the Monday to Friday, these 11 a.m., several hours long of the top cases. And then we're going to start to cover, again, at the end, we'll go back through the review of Jack and Lilly. And then maybe eventually we'll jump on Sebastian. But I wanted to just say today's topic seems to be whodunit, with Nick Reiner because of Alan Jackson's statement, which we'll cover here today, which seems to imply Alan doesn't think Nick did it. And we'll talk about what he meant by that, in my opinion. We've got the Tepes. I am listening last night to some of the new videos we're going to follow here today. There's at least two other possible scenarios for motive and who did it that came to my mind we'll talk about. And then, of course, we've covered Jack and Lilly. We covered whodunit. We covered the fact that, you know, Malaya's a suspect, in my opinion. The fact that Jordan Geddes is a suspect, in my opinion. And then today we'll look at Danielle Martel. So welcome in, everybody. Good morning. Robin, welcome in, everybody. So let's start. So we've got the topic today of whodunit. That's sort of the theme running through these videos, if you will. Welcome in, YouTuber. Welcome in, everybody. Nice to see everybody popping in. And I want to just say, for those that are getting the ads, I researched very quickly. It took me 30 seconds to type in yesterday. You're not sounding any better. Okay, honey. It's like I feel like I'm one step better and then a couple steps back. We're getting there. We're getting there. YouTube never used to play ads on lives, but in 2026 and at the end of 2025, YouTube started adding ads to live streams like any business. That's because they want you to upgrade to their YouTube Premium. And any channel running a live right now is subject to ads, and nothing you can do about it if you're monetized. So I apologize if you're getting ads, but it's a YouTube thing. There's, as I said yesterday, and I've said multiple times here, cannot control it. So my apologies. I've also had people ask me to do, because it's such a long live, and I get that, do a smaller version. And we mentioned that yesterday, other than the 5-hour, you love the premium. Yeah, that's what they want you to do, where they want you to upgrade to premium. They never used to run ads on lives. Now they're rolling it out. So we're going to, eventually, when I'm feeling a little better, I'll start time stamping for you the specific cases, so you don't have to listen to the 4 hour, 5, whatever hour live it is. You can just timestamp to the case that you care about. Eventually, I will cut those into shorts and snippets, videos that are shorter. But right now, nobody is watching those, so I need to grow the channel before I can do all that. So thank you, everybody who's here. Thank you, everybody that's here. We're going to get into Nick Reiner right now. Just a little, I wanted to just bring everybody up to speed a little bit. And so let's get into the newest update. As far as Alan Jackson goes, he is recusing himself as his attorney, Nick Reiner's attorney. Let's listen in. We've been following this case on this channel for a while, so let's listen in.
Good morning. As you know, my name is Alan Jackson. This morning, I had to withdraw as Nick Reiner's counsel. Circumstances beyond our control, but more importantly, circumstances beyond Nick's control, have dictated that, sadly, it's made it impossible for us to continue our representation of Nick. I'm legally and I'm ethically prohibited from explaining all the reasons why. I know that's a question on everybody's mind. We expect the public defender to step in. They've already been appointed and very capably protect Nick Reiner's interests as he moves forward through the system. But be clear, be very, very clear about this. My team and I remain deeply, deeply committed to Nick Reiner and to his best interests. In fact, we know, we're not just convinced, we know that the legal process will reveal the true facts of the circumstances surrounding this case, Nick's case. You know, a lot's been printed of late, over the last 3 weeks. A lot has been printed about Nick, printed about his family, printed about the circumstances. Speculation is in print. On December 15th, in the early morning hours, I was in New York at the time, and I got a call. Me and my team, we dropped everything. And for the last 3 weeks, we have devoted literally every waking hour to protecting Nick and his interests. We've investigated this matter top to bottom, back to front. What we've learned, and you can take this to the bank, is that pursuant to the laws of this state, pursuant to the law in California, Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder. Print that. Print that.
Good morning. My name is Nathan Hockman. I'm the District Attorney of Los Angeles County. With me is Habib Liane. He is the Assistant Head Deputy of Major Crimes. He will be prosecuting this case. I'm here to make 3 points, and then I will not be taking questions afterwards. In our criminal justice system, every defendant is entitled to a lawyer who will zealously represent their interests and do so effectively. So too is Nick Reiner, whether it's Alan Jackson, someone from the public defender's office, or any lawyer. He's entitled to that lawyer, and we'll make sure he gets that lawyer. Second point, in the process of dealing with that lawyer, we will make sure, the DA's office will make sure, that lawyer is provided with full discovery of all the facts that pertain to this particular situation, whether it's interviews, whether it's any type of video, whether it's any type of expert reports. We'll make sure that that lawyer gets the facts necessary to effectively represent their client in a court of law. And third point, we are fully confident that a jury will convict Nick Reiner beyond a reasonable doubt of the brutal murders of his parents, Rob Reiner and Michelle Singer Reiner, and do so unanimously. Thank you very much.
I spoke to him briefly this morning, but we haven't had a chance to discuss anything. I spoke to Mr. Reiner briefly this morning. He was understanding that there was going to be a change in counsel. We haven't had any in-depth conversation. I have not.
His former attorney says he's not guilty. Will he be pleading not guilty?
We'll discuss that with Mr. Reiner and see how to proceed.
Does Alan's decision complicate the case for you?
Not at this time. It's not uncommon for private counsel to turn over cases to us, so no, nothing about that would complicate the situation. I have talked to him for only 30 seconds this morning, so no, I have no idea. I only spoke to Mr. Reiner for about 30 seconds this morning. I have no comment about his mental state. I have not. We've had no contact with the family. I don't think they were aware that this was going on until this morning.
At this point in time, Ms. Green will look into the case. We'll speak with Mr. Reiner. And if you have any further questions, reach out to our media team once we have more information ourselves. This just happened today, and my understanding is he was aware of it. Ms. Green spoke with him, as you heard, and as soon as we have more information that we can share, we will share.
Donna, yeah, I saw your comment. We're going to watch that in a minute. So yeah, we're going to first watch a short clip from Vinny. Vinny looks, he's changing his look. I love this. I love his look. Yeah.
Jackson dropped.
And as Vinny says to the new ladies that are mods, welcome to the mod squad. I got that from Vinny, by the way. Okay, listen up. And then we're going to go listen to Brian Enton's interview, because the retired FBI agent you were just talking about was actually in that news clip. You could see her in the background, Donna. I'll play this one, see if you can find her.
Out of the biggest murder case in the country. He was defending Nick Reiner, accused of the murder of his mom and dad, Michelle and Rob Reiner, out in Hollywood. Alan Jackson, unbelievably today taking himself off of the case, stepping down. How it happened, why it happened, let's talk about it. First of all, the how it happened.
Interesting.
Today was supposed to be the arraignment of Nick Reiner. That's now been delayed. It's a first appearance. Very ordinary day inside the courtroom until it wasn't. And that's when Alan Jackson announced that because of a ethical issue, a conflict issue, something that he cannot reveal to the public, he is forced to step down from the case. It's not that Alan Jackson did anything wrong. It's not that Nick Reiner did anything wrong. It's not that he wasn't representing him very, very well. It's because of an ethical conflict that he cannot speak about, because speaking about it would itself be a problem in all of this. So he can't reveal it. But he basically said he had no choice but to step down. There was no other option. So how did this go down? Well, he comes out of the courthouse. And this was really, to me, the most powerful moment. Because much like he did in the Karen Reed case, where he's standing on those courtroom steps proclaiming Karen Reed's innocence, he basically did the same thing today to a certain extent. He came out and said, you can take this to the bank. Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder. Okay. And he said this is based upon his deep investigation over the course of the last 3 weeks of this case. Now, what's interesting about this? On the same day you're saying your client is not guilty, you are saying you need to step down. So what exactly is going on here? Why is this happening? Well, we've got to look at a few of the things in this case. And the first question a lot of people had when Alan Jackson got the case was, well, how did Alan Jackson get hired? Nick Reiner didn't call him, right? He's basically getting arrested. Does he really pick up the phone and call Alan Jackson? Doubt it. I got to believe that it's a member of his family, right? If your brother or sister gets arrested, and, you come from money like they do. I mean, Rob Reiner worth $200 million, and your brother's being taken away in cuffs and is arrested. You're probably going to make a couple calls. Who should I get? Who's the best? Who's the best? And, 9 out of 10 people in LA are going to say Alan Jackson. He was a prosecutor, a DA there for years, assistant DA for years, was amazing. He prosecuted cases on Court TV. We all said back at the office, yeah, this guy's like the best prosecutor in the country, right? Well, now he's on the other side. And we saw what he did in the Karen Reed case, and America got to understand who Alan Jackson is and how he works, how intense of an attorney he is. So I am, I'm not positive because none of this can be.
I want to just comment on something completely unrelated. But I think, God almighty, if anybody knows Alan Jackson, this woman behind Alan Jackson on his staff, right here, the woman whose head is between Vinny's and his, the whole time he's doing the presser, you should watch very carefully her eyes and disdain and her body language, her facial language towards Alan Jackson. I would not continue to hire this person. I would definitely want to get to the bottom of why she looks like she could kill Alan Jackson from the sheer darts she's launching towards him from her expression. It's really kind of off topic, but she is, yeah, you were watching her too. Yeah, she's pretty ticked here with him. And we don't really know why, but I also agree it's money. I think the family, we're going to hear why one of the FBI profilers that was in the audience that Brian Enton heads up, we're going to hear her theory. Her theory, I agree with. I think it's money. I think there was talk of maybe he had some money. He probably had enough money in his bank account to put the retainer up. And then the family decided they didn't want to pay for the multi-million-dollar defense that Alan Jackson, it would certainly take to defend him. And so the money came dry. That's my theory. We might find out something differently. But he's also suggesting Nick Reiner didn't have a choice. And I'm also going to suggest that Nick Reiner's not of capacity, potentially, because it sounds like he's still being medicated and they're still trying to get him to a place that he can literally function in jail. Yeah, there's this. Yeah, so I'm just wondering exactly, Donna, if in him thinking he was going to get the money and then they chose not to give him the money, or the family's chosen not to support him. So let's keep listening. But yeah, her look, she looks effing livid.
Be revealed, that in and of itself would be a violation to reveal this type of information. But I've got to believe that one of the siblings must have reached out to Alan Jackson and he took the case.
And here's the thing, because I want to say, regardless of what her disdain is, what she's doing here publicly is inappropriate, in my opinion. We've all noticed it. That means everybody's noticing it. Most people are noticing her attitude towards her boss. That is a private conversation and not something that she should be displaying facially in a public media venue where millions of people are going to watch it. That's my opinion. If she was in my employee, and yes, I'm not easy to deal with, but that's why I was international. People who are, want to do the best they can, who are perfectionists, if you will. That's their DNA. That's why they're Alan Jackson. That's why he's successful, because he has incredibly high standards. She likely does not have all the information, and she should be having a private conversation with him. I think he should be taking note of this if he's got the time to look at this video, and he should be sitting down and talking to her. You don't have to agree with my decisions, nor will you ever know all of the facts on my decision making, because that's privy to me and me alone. But this is my firm, my reputation, and my business, and it's my decision. And so if you don't like it, that's something we can talk about privately. But showing your disdain for me, and while millions of people are watching, by your facial expressions is insubordinate, non-supportive, and inappropriate, period. And it should never happen again. That's just my opinion as a business owner and somebody who ran, now why she's so mad, who knows? But she probably doesn't have all the facts. Having run a team, having had employees, I can tell you I ran into this over and over and over again. People that are part of the team want to be involved in decision making, but they absolutely don't want to take the liability that comes along with decision making. And so, they don't get to have all the facts. And so they really don't have the right to judge as clearly as they think they can, because they don't have all the facts Alan has. So just keep that in mind.
Here's the problem. Those siblings are important witnesses in this case. They're also victims because it is their parents who were killed. So when you're representing someone accused of what Nick Reiner is accused of, and hypothetically you get hired by witnesses in the case and victims in the case, yes, it can happen, it can be done. However, there are certain hurdles you have to overcome. One of those hurdles is that your client has to sign off on a waiver to allow it. Does Nick Reiner want to sign off on that? Did Nick Reiner sign off? We'll never know, because that's attorney-client communications.
Look at the lip, even her lip.
Did Alan Jackson even want him to sign off on it? Because remember what the defense is going to be here. It's all about the mental disease or defect, legal insanity defense is what it's going to be about. So if you're claiming that your client suffers from a mental illness, can they actually waive their rights? Right? That in and of itself is a problem, a real problem that probably had Alan Jackson cornered. If this is how it went down, could have been something else. But I'm just trying to think about, based upon the facts that we have in front of us, what could have happened here. And the first issue was, well, who hired Alan Jackson? And if it was anyone other than Nick Reiner, that could be the genesis of the conflict. Who is paying Alan Jackson? Who would pay him in this case? Is it Nick Reiner? Here's why I don't think it's Nick Reiner. He now has a public defender. To qualify for a public defender, you can't have money. You can't have access to money. So I don't know if Nick Reiner had access to any of the $200 million, if there was a trust fund or his own account. I have no idea. But if he does have access to that type of money, then he wouldn't qualify for a public defender. So that tells me for Alan Jackson to get paid to represent Nick Reiner, the money would have to come from somewhere else. And once again, Nick Reiner would have to sign off on that. And if he's mentally ill, legally insane at the time that all this happened, and still suffering from mental illness, can he really waive those type of rights? Do you as an attorney want to do that? Does it not undermine your defense of the case? It's a real issue and a real problem, and could be a reason why someone like Alan Jackson, a very ethical attorney, would step down from the case. Well, that's where we are. As I mentioned, Nick Reiner now has a public defender. Doesn't mean he doesn't have a great attorney, but it means he doesn't have Alan Jackson, who's like the best of the best, right? And he also doesn't have access to the type of investigation and experts that an Alan Jackson defense would bring that cost money. The public defender is going to have a much more limited budget for the type of experts that they're going to need, et cetera. So that's where you get a problem with public defenders, because they don't have the access for all the other expenses. It's much more contained and limited, and often you've got to go to the judge to get approval for that type of expenditures. So that's where we are in this case. Not a great day for Nick Reiner, losing Alan Jackson. Not a great day for Alan Jackson having to step down from the highest profile case in the country, one where he proclaimed that Nick Reiner is not guilty. You know, he didn't want to walk away. He had to walk away from it. So we'll see what happens next. Obviously, Court TV will still be covering it. I'll be covering it on my shows, 2 shows every night, live true crime. Only guy in the business doing it, folks. Night after night, day after day, 8 o'clock.
Okay, let's watch the Brian Ennin interview here. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Look, I would be pretty upset if I was Alan Jackson. I think it's a little over the top, a lot over the top, especially considering she is not the business owner and probably doesn't have all the facts. Probably thinks she has all the facts and probably doesn't have every single piece of information. Let's go.
Really appreciate it. In Los Angeles, I'm outside the Reiner's house. This is where Rob and Michelle Reiner were brutally killed, allegedly by their son, Nick Reiner. And there's some really big developments in the case. The high-profile attorney who was representing Nick Reiner, Alan Jackson, has now dropped off the case, withdrawn. I'm digging into what might be going on behind the scenes that actually led up to that. Also, I'm going to take you inside the courtroom. This is the first time that we have seen Nick Reiner in person. I'm getting into all the details on the latest developments in this episode of Brian Ennin. Okay, I'm joined now by Maureen O'Connell, a retired FBI agent in Los Angeles, but you were also in the hearing today with Nick Reiner. You were actually in the courtroom, so I'm really interested to hear everything. Kind of set it up for me. Like, what was the courtroom like? What was it like when you walked in? I kind of want to hear all the details.
Well, it was packed, and it was, I was one of the first people there. So I was confident that I was going to get in, but I just went in as, a press person, I guess. I didn't know if I should go in as a press person or as a regular citizen, but she said, do you have anything to do with media? So I just, I'm a rule follower. So I said, yes, media. I have a podcast, best case, worst case, as you've said before. So anyhow, we get in there and we really expected it to be a really short hearing. By all accounts, it should have been a very short hearing. The judge did an outstanding job. I mean, I like the fact that she actually called a couple of other cases before she called this one, because this case shouldn't be treated differently than other cases.
And last time they did it first, I think.
They did it first, which is fine, because sometimes you want the circus out of the courtroom. Totally understandable. But this time she called a couple cases first. As I said, she did a really good job. And then we see that Alan Jackson and his small entourage went up to the judge. So they did a little bit of a sidebar with opposing counsel, of course, and they're talking for a few minutes, and then they go into judge's chambers. So I looked at the clock, and they went in there at, I want to say 9:23 or something, and they came out 8 minutes later. And that's not an exceptionally long period of time, but for an arraignment that should be so quick, it was interesting to a lot of us. Then he comes out, and the judge McGonigal asks Alan Jackson something about anything else that he wants to talk about, and he talks about these subpoenas and this group of 10 subpoenas. There's 2 subpoenas he wants something done on, and it just sounded like a big nothing sandwich. And then he said, and one other thing, and I leaned to the journalist next to me and I said, here's where he drops the bomb. But I was joking, and he says, I'm no longer the attorney on record for Nick Reiner. And we were all just like, what? And so everyone was trying to figure out why. And I said, do you remember when I said to you, I want to say a couple of weeks ago, that even though the family seemed to be supporting him initially, and we talked about them maybe having conversations throughout their lives when Nick got in trouble, where the parents would say, hey, if anything happens to your brother, we want you to stand by him. And I told you that those feelings oftentimes change. You know, anytime you're in a really significant emotional event, you will feel one way on one day and totally different. And some people call it the phases of grief and stuff like that. But I think that they just, I don't know if they were able to see a crime scene photo or what it was, but I think they've had a change of heart, because it seems to me the family has decided now not to support this. And so they named a public defender, and she was in the courtroom too. And so they named her last name's Green. And so she's going to be the public defender handling the case for Nick Reiner.
And I want to really dive into that in a second, but I want to go back a little bit. So when did you see Nick Reiner? Like, at what point did he come in? Because we've never seen him before. I mean, people on the outside, it's not like he's ever been on camera in court. So I want to really hear what he was like.
So everyone was saying that last time he had his thick hair, and the court drawings showed that he had thick hair last time. This time he had a bad head shave, like mangy dog kind of bad head shave. But you're in a jail. You're going to get the haircut. They're going to
mangy dog, bad head shave. Yeah, I would bet they are getting therapy. And I wonder, because of other clips that I've heard, I'm curious. Hey, Denise, welcome in. No worries. Nice to see you. I'm curious because she says his buzz cut is mangy, like it looks messy. I'm wondering if he was if he was resisting getting his haircut, because it said that the meds that he's on, they're having a very hard time with his meds. Let's keep listening.
give you. And he sat there with a very bored countenance on his face, and he didn't make any facial expressions, so to speak. As I said, I had a very clear view of his face the whole time. He was not in the box. That's what we call the box. He was not in the box initially when we got in there. And as I said, they were calling a couple of cases first. So they called 3 cases before his, and all of a sudden he showed up, and he was sitting in the section of the box closest to the door where the sheriff's deputies bring him in. He was wearing a white T-shirt with the brown inmate shirt over it with white writing on it. And so he had no apparent emotion on his face at all, or nothing really. And then at one point he's looking around, and as I said, I could see his face the whole time. He just turned sideways like this and just gave a maniacal smile.
At someone in particular?
I don't know. At one point he was looking to see if anyone was there to support him, and we couldn't find anyone that was there for him. No one in his family was there.
Did he look like he was paying attention?
Yeah, in a like with an open mouth kind of way. He was paying attention.
Yeah,
he responded to the judge when she spoke to him. And because
sounds like he's still kind of out of it. I'm just extrapolating from what she's saying, kind of reading between the lines. And in other reports, another video we're going to watch after this.
Essentially, with the new attorney, Judge McGonigal was saying to him, you have a right to a speedy trial. Do you understand that this may postpone that, along that line? And he said, yeah, I understand.
Well, that's because she's a nurse. That's because she's an ex-FBI agent, so she's accustomed to reading a room. But yeah, that's why. Okay, let's finish up here.
And it's okay, or it's good, or whatever. Earlier in the hearing, when we didn't know who this woman was that was sitting in the front row, who turned out to be his new attorney, Alan Jackson had brought her up to talk to Nick. So this had all been worked out beforehand, and he brought her over there
when you
to
didn't
talk
know,
to
though,
Nick. We had no idea who she was. Like, oh, is she the attorney
Retired
for his siblings?
Retired
or
FBI.
We didn't know who she was, but that was made clear, obviously.
Did he show any emotion or just
No.
a blank stare?
Just a blank stare. Like he looked a little bit like whatever.
Was it weird seeing him?
No.
Like based on everything we know?
I've seen a lot of criminals. It's not weird to be that far from them, because to me that's far. When you're in a prison in the SHU, in the secure housing unit, and you're 6 inches or 10 inches away from them, and they've killed multiple people, that's weird, because you can really feel their energy field at that point, and no one's armed. People don't realize that the law enforcement officers in a prison or a jail are not armed. So I mean, they could,
Was he he wasn't in the suicide, like anti-suicide
He was not in the
vest?
suicide thing. So he had on the how you picture the orange, not a jumpsuit, but where it's the top with the matching orange pants. He had brown ones on. So it was a brown top, brown pants, and a white T-shirt under the brown little, looks like scrubs kind of.
And no supporter, no family.
No,
you could tell.
We didn't see anyone. And I was talking to a lot of the press that was there and the other people that were there. There were just some people that were attorneys. The court did a really good job also. I thought of saving some room just for basic citizens. Most people don't realize that you can go down into a courtroom and watch this stuff. And I think it's important for us to do that sometimes.
That's America,
I've only been in court 8 or 10 times since I retired, and it's always been for my clients who have issues that I'm trying to solve. So I'm up in front with the attorneys or whatever. I'm not used to sitting in the back of a courtroom. It was kind of interesting
to not be involved.
Yeah. It's kind of weird.
So what do you think happened with Alan Jackson?
I think the family decided for whatever reason, and a lot of people were talking about, what that reason could be. But when you hire an attorney for a situation like this, you will oftentimes enter into an engagement with that attorney. So you have a big law firm like Alan Jackson's law firm. You're going to sign on for a retainer, probably around, I was told by a very high-powered attorney friend of mine, probably about $150,000 to $250,000 just to get you through the initial arraignments. And then we're going to do a separate engagement for the whole trial, which will be in the millions. A lot of people were saying that that number was low, and I felt it was low initially, but I totally trust my friend. And he's a former federal prosecutor and just an outstanding attorney. So that's what he said. All right. So he said they probably got to the meeting where after this arraignment, then we're going to go into trial prep, and this is our trial. And who knows, maybe the family members asked what your strategy was, and maybe they didn't like his strategy. But see, if that were the case, then they would have hired another high-powered law firm. The fact that they went from a high-powered law firm to a public defender tells me they had that change of heart that I suspected early on.
I was wondering if maybe he had some kind of isn't he in the will or some kind of trust or some way to get money on his own?
We probably could get money on his own if, let's say, his grandfather left him money and it's in an irrevocable trust. Then that's his money. There's no doubt about that. His grandfather was a very well-known American producer, and he did the Dick Van Dyke Show and everything like that. But nowhere near as wealthy as Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle. So if Rob and his wife had an irrevocable trust, I'm not a trust attorney, so I don't know about that. But we do have that slasher law here, but I don't know if the money is already locked into a trust and under.
I mean, yeah, and Donna, you make mention of the slasher law, but what she says coming up now makes the most sense to me. I think it's probably pretty hard for the family to have decided. Hugs still job hunting, was dashing till water pump went out and car just got November universe. Oh no, Hope. Sorry, honey. Well, I hope you were having better luck with dashing than I was having. I showed up for shifts and got no orders. Booked shifts, no orders, none. Several shifts in a row.
He could have access to it, I guess. But the fact that he's eligible for a public defender tells me he doesn't.
It just seems
like, how could he not have any money?
Right. And I would think maybe one of his parents' rich friends would want to help.
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
No, because like I said before, he was probably a pain in the ass his whole life.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be different if he was a really great kid. He, slammed his head into a tree while he was skiing and then came down with some brain issue and something bad happened. That's a different scenario. What happened here, I mean, it's terrible.
Have you thought any more about what happened? I mean, they're not releasing the death records. I don't know if you saw that. They've sealed the...
Right. They have sealed that. And I talked to a homicide detective buddy of mine, LAPD, retired, and he was saying that they're just trying to keep all the nonsense out of the, I said this before to you, and I'm going to say it again. Guys, ever since the Karen Reed case the standard operating procedure for giving out information to the public is over. It's not going to be that way anymore. That case changed all that. What's going to happen now is they're going to keep it close to the vest, because there's really, the police are only beholden to one group of people, and that's the victims. That's the only people they have to worry about. For years, been moving into this thing since OJ, actually, where it's like, oh, we'll tell you this, we'll show you everything, we'll have our no gag orders, people can talk even before they go up on the stand. So that we're in a new world right now. We're not going to be able to see that. The information we are going to receive will be information that was sworn testimony in a court of law. So we'll know that it can be relied upon more heavily than a lot of the other stuff.
What she just said here, I find super interesting. As per what I said during the Karen Reed trial, the police are not going to operate in the same way they used to. I thought that was very interesting. Very interesting. By not coming out and making public statements like they used to. So, curious, eh? Really curious.
I think it's kind of good.
Yeah, but I like when the public gets to, I mean, isn't that the whole point of the system? I want to read you, I wrote down the quote that Alan Jackson said outside. He said, so this is after he officially withdrew. And then, were you at the press conference outside? So you saw, he said, what we have learned, and you can take this to the bank, is pursuant to the law, Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder.
It's ridiculous. That's not for him to say. That's a juror's job. Stay in your lane.
What do you think he means, though?
I agree, but then the prosecutor also came out and said, you're going to find that Nick Reiner is guilty. I think neither one of them should be saying things like that. That's for a jury to decide. And Nick is like in his 30s, I think. Yeah, in his 30s. It's hard to be a parent going through this stuff, but if harm can come to the family or a child, has to be the hard thing. Yeah. Well, this is it.
Trying to say that it's an insanity defense, or he was not in possession of his faculties at that time. But he also said something very interesting. I just want you all to know that me and my team have worked every hour of every day since December 14th to give Nick Reiner the best defense he can possibly have, or something. And I'm like, no, so was there an issue with how much he was charging? You know, like, was he charging 20 hours a day for 15 people? And that's why they got rid of him. But again, the other side of that is they would have then gone with another high-powered attorney. They would not have gone with a public defender.
Let me just play for you guys really quick, since we're talking about it, what Alan Jackson said outside court.
As you know, my name is Alan Jackson. This morning, I had to withdraw as Nick Reiner's counsel. Circumstances beyond our control, but more importantly, circumstances beyond Nick's control, have dictated that, sadly, it's made it impossible for us to continue our representation of Nick. I'm legally and I'm ethically prohibited from explaining all the reasons why. I know that's a question on everybody's mind. We expect the public defender to step in. They've already been appointed and very capably protect Nick Reiner's interests as he moves forward through the system. But be clear, be very, very clear about this. My team and I remain deeply, deeply committed to Nick Reiner and to his best interests. In fact, we know, we're not just convinced, we know that the legal process will reveal the true facts of the circumstances surrounding this case, Nick's case. You know, a lot's been printed of late, over the last 3 weeks. A lot has been printed about Nick, printed about his family, printed about the circumstances. Speculation is in print. On December 15th, in the early morning hours, I was in New York at the time, and I got a call. Me and my team, we dropped everything. And for the last 3 weeks, we have devoted literally every waking hour to protecting Nick and his interests. We've investigated this matter top to bottom, back to front. What we've learned, and you can take this to the bank, is that pursuant to the laws of this state, pursuant to the law in California, Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder. Print that. Print that. We wish him the very, very best moving forward. And that's all I have today.
Could he have just done it like pro bono if he's that passionate about it?
That's what some people are saying, but this is not a case you can do pro bono because the DA is going to come out with all guns blazing. This DA we have, Nathan Hochman, he's a really fine man. He's a very good attorney. He does a stellar job. I mean, he is not going to just let these people go. He is going to treat Nick Reiner just like every other person who murders 2 citizens of LA County. And I like that. I like everybody to be treated evenly and fairly.
But it just seems like Alan Jackson is so passionate. Like, I don't know. Was there a way to work through this? Wait and see if someone came up with money?
If there was a way to work through it, they would have worked through it already. Because this would be a multi-million-dollar case for him and his team.
And he said this wasn't Nick's choice. Did you hear him say that? He said something like that too.
I didn't
yeah,
hear
he
that.
said this was. I wrote that down too. He said, said he withdrew as Nick Reiner's attorney for, quote, circumstances out of Nick's control.
Oh yes, I did hear that.
He says he can't legally explain why.
That's exactly when I said it's the money.
It's the money, yeah.
No one, they're not coughing up the money.
Have you thought any more about the way this went down? Because we heard that I hate to talk about the gruesome stuff, but it is the case. I mean, we heard that the throats were, do you still think the throats were slashed?
Yes, I do think he slit their throats, yes. But I mean, I don't want to get gruesome either, but when you think about it, imagine holding a very sharp knife in your hand and you're trying, let's not talk about humans, but let's say you're trying to cut your turkey at home. Are you going to do it one-handed? No.
No, you need the strength of 2, right?
You need the strength of 2. You need to hold it down. You need to secure it. The more and more I think about this case, the more I think that one or both of his parents knew exactly what was happening. Like if he were going to, go after his dad, how would he do that? I mean, someone is laying there sleeping. Are you going to pull the covers back? Probably a little bit. Are you going to hold them down so that they don't move, so that you can be successful in whatever it is you're trying to do? Did your mom wake up at that point? Was your mom trying to fight for her husband, for your father? And did you choose then to do the same thing to her? I mean, we don't know how many times they were stabbed. We don't know the directionality of the cuts. Those are all things that everybody kind of wanted to see because, that tells you a lot, that type of stuff. Just remember I was telling you about the blood evidence, the directionality of the knife and the slicing or the stabbing, whatever. That's gonna give a lot of information, and it's only going to be sworn testimony.
And just lastly, and you mentioned this, but since you've worked with like so many families and of victims and stuff over the years, if it's your brother and you know that he's been, mentally ill or whatever for a long time, and you know that your parents were trying to take care of him for so long, like, I guess, how do you make the decision? And it seems like maybe to cut him off.
Look at it this way. All right, the love parents have for their children is way different than the love siblings have for each other. I love my siblings like crazy. We are super close. We love each other to death. And our mom loved us too. But I would say my mom probably loved us a lot more than even we love each other. All right, now move on to, you're in an abusive situation. I think both of those kids were in an abusive situation. And I don't mean their parents. I think their parents were loving, darling, wonderful parents. They did the very best they could, and they put everything into it. However, in doing that and having everyone deal with Nick, the other kids probably were in a situation that could be considered at the very least a toxic environment, where they're always told to, we have to deal with Nick. Nick is the one having these issues. Now Nick just got arrested or into an altercation. We all have to go down there. We have to figure it out, put him in rehab. Oh, the whole world is coming to an end. How many times do you think that happened? And that's the other thing I was talking about with the passage of time. At first, they're like, Mom and Dad want us to do this to take care of our brother. If anything happens, we're doing it. Absolutely. Right. That's what's happening. But after, it's been a month now. Now they're going over to their parents' house. Their parents aren't there. Now they're missing their mom, missing their dad, deep in grief, imagining, dreaming, and having nightmares about what happened to their loving, caring parents. It's going to change you. It's going to change the way you feel. It's going to be almost impossible to love that person, or I guess they could still love him, but hate what he did. But maybe the hate is taken over a little bit more. Who knows? But, they weren't there in the courtroom today.
As always, I really appreciate Maureen.
Also, Maureen, the woman that was talking with Brian Etten there, lives close by. So she's been covering this for him since the get-go because she lives close by. as well. So we're gonna do the last. We're gonna do the last of Nick Reiner, and then we're moving into Tepe. Donna says, Romy's the middle, I thought, or the youngest. I'm not sure. I think Nick's the middle. I'm pretty sure I read Nick's the middle and that Romy is the youngest, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay, let's listen into this because this is a really good interview.
Nobody blinked when an A-list lawyer signed on to the most shocking celebrity murder case of the decade. But when that same lawyer bolts before the client is even arraigned, that is news, my friends. And that is the jaw-dropping twist that we all witnessed in Los Angeles today. Rob Reiner's son, Nick Reiner, was in court this morning answering to 2 counts of first-degree murder. Because last month, Rob and his wife, Michelle, that would be mom and dad, were found butchered in their own bedroom. Their son, Nick, was arrested quickly. And in court this morning, Nick Reiner watched alongside everybody else while his high-powered attorney, Alan Jackson, told the court that he is out.
On behalf of Orton Jackson and Quinn, and with
Thank you, Trees.
understanding and consent, would ask to withdraw as counsel's record based on the conversation that we've had in chambers and the explanation that we've provided to the court in chambers. We feel that we have no choice at this juncture but to withdraw as counsel and has to be relieved.
I blew up his phone today, by the way, asking Alan, what? Explain? Didn't get a response. I'm not surprised. There's a mystery. We'll find out. But the judge agreed to all this. And instead of Alan Jackson, Nick Reiner now has a public defender. And her name is Kimberly Green. Judge also delayed the arraignment more than a month to February 23rd. And officially, that was that. Outside court, though, different story. Reiner's now ex-attorney, Alan Jackson, had lots more to say.
This morning, I had to withdraw as Nick Reiner's counsel. Circumstances beyond our control, but more importantly, circumstances beyond Nick's control have dictated that, sadly, it's made it impossible for us to continue our representation of Nick. My team and I remain deeply, deeply committed to Nick Reiner and to his best interests. In fact, we know, we're not just convinced, we know that the legal process will reveal the true facts of the circumstances surrounding this case.
Thank you, Donna.
The legal process, there's a lot of language there, and it's nuanced. And unless you're one of those arcane people who follows court all the time, yeah, maybe the legal process will find him not guilty. But I doubt of killing his parents. There is the insanity defense, which is by reason of insanity, you're not guilty. It doesn't mean you walk free. It can mean you spend the rest of your life in prison, and we got plenty of examples of that. Spokesperson
Welcome in, Rachel.
says, and I quote, they have the utmost trust in the legal process and will not comment further on matters related to the legal proceedings. But there's so much more about this case that has yet to be revealed. And my old friend Harvey Levin and his team at TMZ are usually the first people to unearth the facts, and they did this time. So we chatted just a short time ago. Harvey, what is your reaction to this bombshell that Alan Jackson is stepping away from Nick Reiner's case?
So we broke that story today, and we had been hearing this. So, look, I think there are things I can say and things that I just can't. But I will say this, that the Reiner family, when you look at their statement saying what we want is, we want justice, essentially. But they never define what justice is. And I think that in itself is telling, that you've got to imagine that this family has so many conflicting emotions. On the one hand, Nick Reiner is their flesh and blood. On the other, the flesh and blood of their parents was basically butchered in that home, courtesy of Nick Reiner. That's pretty clear. And so for that family to process the loss of their parents, the way they were killed, who killed them, and then to have some understanding of what was going on in Nick Reiner's world. And there is a big story there, Ashley. It is a slew of emotions. And so when you look for one answer to this, I don't think you're going to find it.
Yeah, you know, I am so interested in what you just said regarding the justice. Our family wants justice. It could mean justice for Nick. It could mean justice for Rob and Michelle. And I'm so curious about the money. You and me, we both follow the money because that's what we've been taught as journalists to do. Do you think that the Reiner family cut him off and said, you're not accessing the Reiner money for a big, expensive lawyer?
I don't think that's what happened here.
Interesting, right? So TMZ has the goods, as we're talking about. They're the ones that broke the case. They don't think it's the money. They gave Nick a $10,000 a month allowance. Yeah, so he probably saved it, right? Because he was living at home. He, like, what did he need to spend that on? Until they cut him off. Yeah. Well, it's interesting because Harvey, who has spoken to Keep Listening, continues to repeat here. He cannot disclose his intel, but he doesn't believe that that's what happened. So that's very interesting.
I know. Makes sense. I know why you're saying it. Crossed my mind too. I don't think that's what happened here.
Have you had a chance to talk to Alan Jackson at all and find out what's behind this move?
You know, I think what's behind the move is a very complex issue with this family. That they have lost their parents in a brutal way at the hands of their flesh and blood. So, you know, again, when you think about them saying what we want is justice, they never define justice. And frankly, Ashley, from what I'm hearing, that's not an easy thing for them to define. They want justice for their parents, but there's also something big that is going on with Nick in terms of mental health. It is why Alan Jackson got in front of the cameras after he withdrew today, or on Wednesday, and said that Nick Reiner will be found not guilty of murder. He is saying that not because he's arguing that the Reiners did not die at the hands of Nick. He's saying it because where this case has been going, Ashley, is not guilty by reason of insanity. And that's where this case is heading. And it has to do with mental health. And it has to do with allegations that the mental health system has shockingly failed Rob, Michelle.
Listen to what he's going to say next. Listen to what he's going to say next. Nurse says, yes, you can love and support your children and pay out the wazoo for mental health and addiction programs. But at some point you have to learn that you're enabling them, in my opinion. Absolutely. And I think what Alan Jackson was saying is that the Rob Reiner, the person that we know, didn't do this, because that's not like he's innocent of this. It's he doesn't have the mental capacity. The person didn't do it because of what you're going to hear next. And so physically Rob Reiner did it, but I think Alan Jackson, AJ, is trying to suggest he wasn't in his right mind because of what Harvey's going to tell us now.
And Nick Reiner.
Well, I know that your special that's coming out on Friday, TMZ Investigates the Reiner Murders, What Really Happened. You've uncovered some critical evidence, I think, to the very point you're making right now, and that is not guilty to some people doesn't incorporate the not guilty by reason of insanity. Doesn't mean you didn't commit the crime. It just means you're not mentally capable of being guilty by reason of law. So can you share anything, or at least tell us a little bit about what you've uncovered in the special?
I can be specific. So a month before the murders, Nick was on antipsychotic meds. Nick had been diagnosed around 2020 with a form of schizophrenia. We know this. It is called schizoaffective disorder. It is a severe form of schizophrenia that not only involves psychosis, delusions, but also involves severe mood disorders. And when you combine the two, it becomes volcanic. So Nick had been on antipsychotic meds for several years. And a month before the murders, what we are being told is those meds were working. They were working fine. There is for some reason, his doctors changed the meds and it sent him into orbit. He became delusional. He became dangerous. The Reiners saw it. They were alarmed. It built and built and built the month before the murders. And it all revolved around a change in the meds. Now, what I am told, Ashley, I'm going to tell you what I know and what I don't know. What I'm told is that there is was absolutely no justification to change the meds. And the reason it was changed, I am told, would shock you, would absolutely shock you, and that you can't even look at logic to understand it. As to what it is specifically, my sources will not say.
Bingo. Bingo, bingo, bingo. So here's what I'm curious about. And somebody just touched on it in the chat. Is the family going to go after the doctor who, for no apparent reason, according to what Harvey Levin's reporting, changed his meds that led to his erratic behavior? Yes. I'm wondering if the family is going to move to do what Karen Reed's doing and use the public defender, because he's not going to be ever found not guilty. He's going to be found guilty. It's a question of whether it's due to reasonable insanity. And they have had to postpone his trial yet again because, for whatever reason, it seems he's not of capacity to help his lawyer help him. Now, go back to what was reported by the messy brush cut. And what we hear was a smirk on his face. And then the Brian Enton lady was in the courthouse, like, he's kind of smirking and he's not there. But it may have been, I don't know what that is, ED. Yeah, so the changing of the medication, I'm curious if AJ is going to go after the civil suit on behalf of the family. And they had to make a decision because there's millions and millions of dollars at stake. Is he going to just be declared unfit, mentally be placed in a mental institution, and the family go after civilly the doctor who, for whatever absurd reason, Harvey Levin just said, the reason that the medication was changed by the doctor would shock you. I know I would too. Let me tell you, if some doctor made a decision that did not bode well here and that caused him to completely lose his right mind, and there was no justification for that change, Ed is a man's prob dysfunction. Okay. I'm curious if that's where this is going to go. That's why I said, with the darts going behind this woman on his team, behind him in the news, don't be so quick to judge. We don't know how this is going to unfold. And I hope, I have a feeling AJ is not done here, but that the resources are going to shift focus to a lawsuit that would be a justice system for their parents, right? If you were Rob Reiner's siblings and you want justice, and if you knew the doctor changed the meds for no apparent reason that caused his behavior to go so uncontrollably erratically to the point where the parents couldn't even leave him alone in his 30s at a Christmas party, that they felt they had to bring him to the party, I'd be going after the doctor. Look what happened to Matthew Perry. Well, look what happened to Matthew Perry. Those doctors got sued. They were successfully sued. That's exactly where I'd be going. I'd be using AJ for that. And I would probably do the same thing. I'd probably say, look, he's going to be found guilty. It's a question of whether he's reasonably sane enough to withstand trial, and whether he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison or a mental institution. And that we can't do anything about as his family. We can't do anything to help him. But could we go after the doctor who really went out on a limb and did something incredibly dangerous, not just for Nick, but for our parents now? That's what I wonder what's going on. So that's why I say, let's watch this unfold, because I think we are not done yet. We are not done yet. And I think that's why why I said, hey, who done it? I don't think Nick Reiner was in his right mind when he did it. But let's listen to him. There's a few more minutes of this video, And then we're going to get into the Tepe family.
But they know something about the change in these meds. And I have confirmed this with others too, that the meds did change, and he just went off the rails. And so there is something about that change that directly connects to Nick's state the night of those murders.
Which may be the reason Alan Jackson went out with a bang and said, I can tell you definitively, he had very strident language, that Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder, which, again, remind everybody, it doesn't mean not guilty of committing them, just by reason of insanity, which leads me to my next question. Without Alan Jackson there, he's got a public defender. But do you expect this public defender to stay in place long, or do you think some other high-octane attorney is going to step up?
Well, hang on, guys.
If this...
Listen, we know he was a drug addict, right? We know that. But we can't assume. Don't forget, AJ's got the reports we don't have. He's got way more intel we don't have. We cannot assume that he was on rugs when this episode happened. Maybe the blood work came back showing no rugs in his system. We don't really know. We don't know. But I don't think AJ is a stupid man by any means. And I think he knew exactly what he was doing when he made that statement, and he knew exactly why he was doing and making that statement and withdrawing from the case. And he did it based on his own words, substantial, nonstop investigation of this case for the last several weeks. So he knows something we don't know. And that blood work may not have shown, for all we know, it may have shown very little rugs in his system. We don't really know. Okay, let's listen up.
Defense is used. I don't see how the public defender can do this because, as you know, that in cases like this, you need expert witnesses. This is complicated. He was in rehab 18 times. There are all sorts of problems that you and I have not even discussed involving those 18 stints in rehab.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
The rehab facilities did and didn't do. And there's a big story there. So they're going to need a lot of expert witnesses. We are talking hundreds of thousands of dollars just for the experts, not to mention what a lawyer might cost. And I don't know that the public defender has the resources to do that. So I honestly don't see this being handled long-term by the public defender. Will another lawyer step in? If I had to guess, the answer would be yes.
Wow, see? That's interesting. That's interesting, right? Very interesting. I'm going to slow down my talking. Changing medications of those type for diagnosis should be monitored close. Absolutely. Absolutely. It happened to me with my dad with when he was detoxing, when I got him to him in Florida with dementia. He was drinking 60 ounces of vodka on ice a day. And of course, the dementia didn't help because he couldn't remember he was drinking. And when I got to Florida, they wanted me to slowly reduce his meds, his alcohol intake, because of the extent to which he was drinking. It would be dangerous to just remove him. And then they put him on medication to help with that. And then we got the COVID warning, all Canadians come home, which we did. My daughter put us up at a condo because I had sold my place. I was going to be traveling by RV at this point. And his doctor here in Canada said, no, I want him off everything now. And she increased his meds and he went ballistic. I had to call 911 3 times. He attacked me. He took an axe to me, to my bedroom door. Literally, he went absolutely ape shit on these high dosage drugs, and it risked my life. And the hospital finally said, I don't know who the F this doctor is. He should have been hospitalized with this level of dosage. And that's not for schizophrenia even. That's alcohol reduction. So absolutely, the medications can be life-altering and dangerous at high levels. I lived it. My dad had an axe to the door. If you could hear my screams to 911, I was about 30 seconds away from losing my life. And it wasn't my dad. It was the medication on top of the dementia. Oh, yeah, you have no idea, honey. We're not even going to get started. But so that's what I'm saying. Like, we just don't know right now. But I don't think Alan Jackson, he knows what this looks like to his reputation. I just don't think he's done yet. That's just my sense. I could be wrong.
And, we just have to see how this plays. I think money is an issue here. And it's not that the Reiners don't have the money. Rob Reiner was worth a fortune.
Well, let me tell you one other thing, okay? Just so you know, the justice system. At the time, my dad was 72, I guess 73. The first doctor refused to admit him and sent him back 230, 40 pounds my dad weighed. And he's like, was solid, full muscle, like a linebacker. And the first doctor sent him back, said he's 72, he can't hurt you. That was before the Axe episode. So yeah, you got doctors that have attitude issues. It's like, what? What the fuck does age? The guy's 300 pounds. He's a sumo wrestler, built like a Mack truck. And yeah, like what does age have to do whether he could hurt me or not? So I had to call again. I literally, to get my dad the diagnosis, I had to abandon him, which I did by talking to my girlfriend who went through this exact thing we're talking about with Rob Reiner. Her daughter was born missing an X chromosome. She was diagnosed at one point, possibly schizophrenia. My girlfriend and I would talk every morning. I took her daughter multiple times to medical appointments. I would remember one day distinctly being in the car with her daughter, and the look on her daughter's eyes, they were rolling up in her head. I was freaking terrified for myself. I was like, this is scary, man. And my girlfriend would run out of the house and call the cops, and the cops would bring her back home. This went on for freaking years until they finally got her on the right medication. And the doctors and the police, your problem, not our problem. And they put my friend at danger and at risk for years and years and years. This went on. And she could barely sleep at night, sleep with one eye open for a fear for her own daughter, until they got her on the right cocktail of medications. So this is a very serious problem. I've lived through it. I have a very close friend who lived through it. And the doctor's attitude, you know, they have a full ER room. They have a full hospital with lineups out the door, especially in Canada for patients. There's a gap in the system for this. Again, we talk about justice and the systems. And in this case, this is a big, big gap in the system, in my opinion. But that's just because I've lived it.
But, you know, right now there is an estate, there are family members, there are feelings. So I think you got to see how this all plays out. And I think money, you know, could become a factor here. But it's money mixed with feelings, and that gets really complicated.
Harvey, I have so many other questions for you, and I have most of the questions about competency and insanity. They're two totally different things, and I can see both of them brewing. Can you stand by for just a bit till the B block?
Yep.
Okay, more Harvey after the break. So the murder case against Nick Reiner is barely out of the gate, and already he's on his second attorney, and his potential hypothetical defenses, mainly centered on drug addiction and mental illness, are being dissected online daily. As you're no doubt aware, Nick Reiner is accused of fatally stabbing his own parents to death, legendary actor and filmmaker Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle. But Nick's outgoing lawyer, the prominent and successful Alan Jackson, declared today, and I quote, "Nick Reiner's not guilty of murder." But surprisingly, that statement can actually mean a lot of things. TMZ's Harvey Levin and I spoke extensively today about the path forward for Nick Reiner and what his chances of prevailing actually are. Here's more of our conversation. There is one thing when it comes to insanity. There is another thing when it comes to competency. And competency is the gateway to walk into a courtroom in the first place. Is there any chance that Nick Reiner is going to be ruled incompetent and can't even stand trial?
There is a big chance. And it has to do with what we talked about a few minutes ago, which is that Nick is still not stabilized from these drugs. He's now being treated by jail doctors, and these drugs are not working. In order to be competent to stand trial, you have to be able to assist in your own defense.
It's okay, honey. Yeah, it's okay. No worries. I'm just telling you from experience. Yeah, I thought I was going to die that day. If I could get a hold of that 911 call, your hair's in your head. I was screaming as I could see the axe coming through the door. The police got there within seconds of what God knows would have happened to me. So yeah, I could go on and on and on about the justice system. You have no idea, including the fact that We had to fly him to Florida because after this, and he finally got his dementia diagnosis, I get a court order in the middle of it while he's in the hospital that I have 20 days to get to Florida with these illegal liens and sell his homes. So we had to fly my dad now to join me because the hospital's like, he's not staying here. Or we're going to charge you $30,000 a day, like something obscene. So we had prepared a medical letter from the same doctor, 8 pages about his dementia. So please ignore his answers at the border or at the security check. And the Border Patrol didn't read the letter properly, or he really didn't care, because we could only take him with Air Canada. It was the only flight that had assisted care. Like they wheel him in because he was in a wheelchair. We at the time could barely walk, wheel him to the gate, get him through the customs, and sit with him on the plane. Because the Border Patrol didn't like his answers with dementia, and with an 8-page letter explaining he had dementia, they wouldn't let him on his flight. He missed his flight. Now he's in Chicago on his own, okay? And he's missed the last Air Canada flight, and there's no other airline that can take him to the next flight or can stick with him in the next flight. So then we are up all night, my daughters and I, panicked. I threatened to sue Air Canada's fucking ass because they let him go. That person left their shift and left my dad alone with dementia in the Chicago airport. Oh yeah. Like when I said I have seen it all and I could write a book, that is the tip of the iceberg. You have no idea. You have no idea. So yeah, the system, I mean, what kind of a Border Patrol person doesn't like the answers, and they're not sufficient from a dementia patient to justify keeping them back on a flight? Now make that make sense. Yeah, you have no idea. We found my dad, and boy, oh boy, was Air Canada worried about a lawsuit. You have no idea. I've never seen them respond so fast in my life. Yeah, so we didn't get any sleep that night. He had to stay with until American Airlines saved our butts, and they paid somebody. I don't know how they did it. I think Air Canada and American Airlines somehow got together. I don't even know, but they found him in the airport, and they got him on a plane. And American Airlines didn't sit with him on the plane, but they got him to the plane, and they talked to the airline stewardess to make sure. And then somebody was there to meet him off the plane to get him to us. And I remember seeing him coming down while I was in Florida with the person beside him, thinking, oh my God, thank God he's here. Yeah, like I said, I could write a book on what I went through, which is, it's wild. Absolutely wild.
I have real questions about whether Nick Reiner at this point is capable of doing that.
Yeah.
Well, you also have to understand the charges against you. And if he's in that kind of psychosis, he may not even know that his parents are dead. I mean, this is a high bar, even though people don't think it is. It kept Elizabeth Smart's captors out of court for the better part of a decade.
Absolutely, Denise.
Well, I can only talk about certain things right now, Ashley, that we're going to have in the documentary. But I will say this about what you just said. Even if somebody knows what they did, I'll give you an example. There's a man named David Carmichael who was in Canada, and he strangled his 11-year-old son. He was on an antidepressant. He became psychotic, and he not only he strangled him in a hotel room, put him on the bed, watched television for 6 hours, and called the police and said, "I just killed my 11-year-old son." So David Carmichael knew exactly what he had done. He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, and the judge accepted it. So you can know what you did, but a lot of people in a psychosis do it because of a delusion that they're doing it to save the person. They're doing it because in their mind, that person has become an ominous threat, something like that. So even if they know what they've done, that doesn't mean they're still competent to stand trial. It has to do with understanding that, what the case against them is, whether they can assist in that case, help the lawyer, and that's an issue. But don't think it's just about not understanding what you've actually done.
No, what I'm always fascinated by is the the circumstances that bring certain people into courtrooms where they do rule them incompetent. Oftentimes, they don't even know what's going on around them. I mean, it can be so bad, and we don't know the situation with Nick, but we know it's bad. Let's move to the possibility that he jumps over the bar for competency. And it is ruled that he is competent to stand trial. Well, now there's a whole other kettle of fish to attack, and that is, does he know right from wrong, right? That's a big one. And is he able to assist in his defense? And one of the issues with Nick Reiner's pattern after the murders is that he took off. He got a hotel room. He washed himself off. Those are really, really difficult facts to get past if you're trying to establish that he didn't know right from wrong.
Okay. I'm not trying to be contentious today because you and I have known each other for years, but I will argue with you on that because knowing right from wrong is not an essential element of the insanity defense. The insanity defense means that you don't understand the nature and quality of the act. David Carmichael, who I just mentioned, knew that he killed his son. He also called the police and said that he believed he would end up in prison for the rest of his life because he felt what he did was morally right, even though he felt it was legally wrong. So David Carmichael knew exactly what he had done. He knew it was against the law. He did it because of his delusion, yet they found him not guilty by reason of insanity. Similarly with Nick, you're right. Nick fled. Nick went to a hotel in Santa Monica. Nick, well, watch the documentary, but there are other things he did.
Something's coming, yeah. Something's coming. I can tell you're going to drop something really, okay. You got to come back on the show in the next couple of days, you know, because I can sense you're pulling back a little bit.
You almost got
well,
it out of
listen,
me.
I will say this, Harvey. Some states have two prongs, right? Some states have the McNaughton rule, which means you've got to have two prongs, which is I don't know the difference between right and wrong, and I don't understand the charges against me. There are two different, but California may be different. In any case, I can see that you've got something more. So will you come back on the show?
Of course I will.
I always love talking to you because you're a lawyer. Harvey Levin, thank you so much.
Thanks, Ashley.
Okay. So just in the meantime, like Harvey Levin, I just want to show you what I looked up here really quickly, and then we're getting into the Tepe case. Harvey Levin said, hey, Jerry Lynn, I don't know what to say. That's okay, honey. We're moving into Tepe. I just, you just know you are never alone. The community is great. I know, nurse. This community is awesome. I know. I love our community. So the schizophrenia, he said, was the schizophrenia a more elevated, if you will, affective disorder. So I just Googled it. I've never heard of it before. Schizophrenia and affective disorders like depression or bipolar overlap in schizophrenic disorder, a condition featuring both psychotic symptoms, hallucinations, delusions, and significant mood episodes, depression or mania. Key distinctions include the need for at least 2 weeks of psychosis without mood symptoms for diagnosis, and treatment often involves medications, antipsychotics, mood stabilizers, and therapy, psychotherapy skills training to manage these combined symptoms. Key features: combination of symptoms. People experience symptoms of schizophrenia, hallucinations, delusions, disorganized speech, and a mood disorder, depression or bipolar. 2 types. It's categorized as either depressive type with depressive episodes or bipolar with manic and sometimes depressive episodes. So anyways, you know, interesting. So, okay, we're moving in now to the Tepe family. I feel so bad. This is another case that I don't think is going to go away anytime soon. I don't. And this, I think Nick Reiner and the Tepe case are the Brian Kobergers of 2026. In other words, I think we're going to be talking about these for the remainder of the year unless there's resolution. I'm watching. No worries, Denise. No worries, honey. Okay, so let's watch this. This is a John Kelly profiler. And boy, oh boy, I had an aha listening to this last night with respect to the Tepes and possible new motives, which I'll talk about here, because boy, he said some things I thought were fascinating, and he said some things that had me thinking about possible who did it. And this is a case, like I said yesterday, where, you know, this is a case of who done it. Like, You know, there's so many possible people that could have done this, but let's listen into this, because this interview that he does here is, I think, is super fascinating. It's kind of clunky a little bit at the beginning because Leah's his producer and she asks some questions. So the first question's a little clunky, but it gets super good.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for tuning in. John Kelly Profile here, and welcome. Welcome to today's show. We're going to be talking about Columbus, Ohio, and we're going to be talking about a couple that was found dead up there. Looks like they were murdered straight ahead. And, we're talking about Spencer and Monique. Pretty sad stuff here. We want to send our condolences out to the family and friends of Spencer and Monique. This is terrible. They were murdered. And hopefully we can get to the bottom of this. My producer, Leah, is going to ask me some questions. She's very interested in this case as well. Very interesting case. And the power's going to be in the question. Powers are going to be in question. If you like what we're doing, please like and subscribe. We always want your likes and subscriptions if we can get them. And most of all, comment, share. Let us know what you think. We appreciate it. Help us solve this. Help us get to the bottom of this. That's what's important. So welcome, Leah. What do you got? I know you've been really investigating this. What do you have?
Hey, John. Yeah, trying to see what's out there. Okay, let me give a quick rundown of the case for us here. I'll pull a picture up of a couple too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so as you mentioned, this happened in Columbus, Ohio. Spencer, I think his name is Tepe, 37. He was a dentist, and his wife Monique were found shot to death in their home December 30th. This was discovered after a wellness check was conducted, and Spencer did not show up to work at his dentist office, and his wife was not responding to calls either. It's been ruled a double homicide, not a murder-suicide. There was no gun found at the scene. However, there were 9mm shell casings found. There's been no signs of forced entry. The couple's 2 children and dog were left unharmed. They're saying that this occurred between 2 and 5 a.m. And there's a surveillance video of a person of interest walking near the home between the hours of 2 and 5 a.m. So I would like to pull up first, actually, the video of this person of interest. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
All right. Let me pull them up here. And I'll play this video first. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like it's freezing there.
Mm.
All right. So, John, let's see here. What do you think about this guy walking around between 2 and 5 in the morning? Okay. Police are saying there's no signs of forced entry in this home. There's security cameras out there. What do you think about this guy? Give me your first impressions of him.
Well, first of all, I'm looking at the way he's carrying himself, the way he knows kind of where the camera or cameras are, because he is definitely putting an effort into not looking at the camera and evading the camera. He's out there walking, he's skulked over, definitely protecting his face, even makes a move.
My baby's army. Yeah, I'm going to, as soon as I'm feeling well enough, I'm going to start the other channel. I'm going to get back to the other channel, honey. You just have to get feeling a little well enough. I'm hoping next week.
Pulls his hat down a little bit, just to make sure, he wants to make sure he's not being seen. He's suspicious to me. He's very, very suspicious, because I understand it was very cold out there that morning. And, this is supposedly gone on between, I think, 2 and 5 in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What's he doing out there between 2 and 5, on a freezing morning? People usually that are out at that time really got a major agenda. They're, to me, they're, somebody like this that knows where the cameras are and is avoiding them, suspicious. So to answer your question, he looks very suspicious to me.
Okay. Yeah. Hopefully they find out more about this guy. We'll see. So I have a lot of questions for you here.
Okay.
First one here. So as I mentioned, there was no signs of forced entry. The door to the home was supposedly secured with one of the keypad locks. I guess you have to type in a code to access the home. What does it say to you about this person who was able to get into this home, potentially? Do you think they knew him? Do you think he knew the code, or he could hack it? What do you think about this person?
I'll tell you something. It depends on, of course, who they were and how bad they wanted to get in there. I'm not that familiar with these locks, but obviously this person was, whether he was a friend of theirs or was invited there for a party or whatever and knew the code. You know, I have some concerns on how we got in. I have concerns about him having an understanding. Yeah, there's cameras on the outside, and I think they had a number of cameras, but there's just cameras all around on the outside. But inside, there's no cameras, and this person was aware of that. Bothers me that somebody would try to get into a house with a dog. Did he know there was a dog there? You know, did he know there was a dog there? Obviously, there had to be a reaction from the dog if he was a stranger, and maybe even if it wasn't a stranger. Even if the dog knew him, there'd be some kind of reaction, you know, that early in the morning. So, I mean, that's a big question here. That's a big question. How did this person know enough to get in? Could it have been dumb luck? Did he know how to jimmy the door? Is he, you know, one of these break-and-entry specialists that know how to break in and enter and steal everything or whatever, you know? And I'm not saying everything, but, you know exactly how to try to find some valuables. Has he had some experience in that is what I'm saying. Because how did he get in? I mean, that's one of the major questions, but there's others as well from looking at this. Go ahead, Liane.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if they opened the door too, who's opening the door at 2 a.m.? I don't know, but he had to figure out how to get in. Okay. So far, what we've been told, what we hear is that Spencer was found shot multiple times, supposedly on the floor next to his bed, and Monique was shot at least once, supposedly in the chest. Don't know exactly where she was found. Trying to figure out some more info on that one. But what does this method say to you? What does this scene set up?
Hang on, keep listening.
Well, you know, let's assume that he did know who this person was, felt this person was having, was in a crisis. He is a dentist, a doctor. Did he open the door, let the guy in or something like that for whatever crazy reason? Now, these are just angles we're playing. We don't know for sure. We have to play the angles, right? If you're not playing the angles are playing you. So I have a problem with that because then he's found in his bedroom shot, you know, to death, supposedly. So the question is, why would he open the door and then go to his bedroom? Right? I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. Mm-hmm. What makes more sense to me is maybe he was surprised in his bedroom. But let's assume there's a possibility there was some valuables in the house that nobody's talking about. So
listen up, because this is a very interesting new perspective, and then I'm going to give you another theory that I thought about. Listen in.
You know, this guy knew maybe Spencer kept money on the side or something, and you know, in cash, nobody knew about it, and this guy was desperate. He was after it. And then, you know, something you mentioned earlier, which is another possibility. We'd like our audience to comment on this love triangle kind of thing. But go ahead, ask me. You know, because this does not, you know, this does not make sense to me. I'm personally believing he was surprised in his bedroom if he was found shot to death in his bedroom.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. So yeah, a lot of questions. Just talking. The next one I have, kind of going off of what you just said there. We're hearing that they're saying that nothing was stolen from the home. It was not left ransacked. What do you think about this statement?
Yeah, I've been hearing that, you know, from just about everybody. Well, a lot of people, a lot of channel creators. And I really got to tell you that I don't know how anybody can say nothing was stolen, because who knows what they had in that house that they only knew. Mm-hmm. I mean, they could have had valuables that they only knew about and maybe a couple close friends or whatever. But to say nothing was stolen is very hard for me to accept, because who in the name of God would know? I mean, if this guy had a little bit of, had some jewelry, you know, tucked in a little sack, you know, in a drawer by his bed or something, and, you know, only he and his wife and maybe one or two other people knew about it. I mean, you know, nobody else would know. Mm-hmm. I mean, you wouldn't know anything was stolen. Mm-hmm. I'm waiting for the cops to come back. I believe they know more than what they know and what they're saying. Absolutely. There's no question about it. You know, I mean, it's actually, they know more than what they're saying because, you know, bottom line is you don't have to rummage a house if you know where something is, something valuable.
Sorry, Marie. Yes. I thought about that. Exactly what you said. Did he have drugs in the house? Was somebody getting drugs on the side from Mr. Spencer? I don't know. It's an option. It's a possibility. It's a potential theory, right? Was Mr. Spencer selling drugs on the side? Did he have drugs in the home? Because, and I don't want to disparage the family for sure, but police have to be looking at all of these possibilities, right? So it's just a thought. Did he have drugs hidden in the home? It's also interesting because we're going to continue to listen to this. The 2 to 5 time period. Oh, I didn't realize it was off camera. The 2 to 5 camera, 2 to 5 a.m. You're going to hear in a little bit. You're going to hear something in a little bit. I thought the video was of him going into the house, but no, somebody's broken it down. We're going to hear it. It's when he was not. I thought it was when he was leaving the house. It was on his way in to the home. The video clip that we see. And right, could they have had something? Yeah, exactly. We don't know. Was he? Mom was staying at home. Monique was staying at home. Was he on the side selling drugs? Was there a patient who became an addict who he was extracting drugs from? It's all on the table, right? At this point, until we hear otherwise. So let's keep listening.
And go directly to it, or to entice your victim to go and get it for you with the gun. You know, he's going to say, "Oh, please don't kill us. Please don't kill us." And, you know, a person could say, "Well, you know, give me your valuables or whatever you have, and I won't." And then, you know, in most cases, a lot of cases, to give him the valuables, and the guy, you know, the thief or the robber, whatever you want to call him, the killer, you know, kills him anyway because he doesn't want any witnesses. So it's witness disposal.
Right.
There's so many variables at work here, but I do not believe anybody can say that nothing was stolen, because how do they know? How do they know? It could have been anything hidden anywhere that the general public didn't know about. Okay, so I think that's just a pretty broad statement from anybody other than you know, Spencer and Monique.
Right. I like the point you made, how they could have been, you know, the gun could have been used to like have them retrieve the valuables instead of the house being ransacked. Because then it could have been somebody, could have been anybody. It didn't have to be somebody who knew him. So, okay. Next question for you here. They're saying that the 9mm gun casings were found at the scene, some of them at least. Does this say anything to you about this killer leaving these casings?
You know, I mean, you know, it says to me they're pretty smart. I don't know if use something, you know, to silence the sound of a weapon or whatever. But we're talking, at least from what I've heard, 3 shots in Spencer, 3 bullets in Spencer, 1 bullet in Monique. And then you got the dog. The guy didn't kill the dog. He left the dog alone. He left the 2 children alone. God bless that those children were left alone. And
the other theory, I'm not sure now of the other theory I thought about. Yeah, that was that the family is saying, everybody's running with that, but the family has said that was 9 months ago, wasn't Monique. And I kind of tend to lean on that one. But the other thing we heard was family was staying over the holidays. Did this person come from inside out? Was he already there? Was he a family member? We don't really know, right? We don't really know. I'm leaning less on that one now because of the video we're going to watch soon that shows which direction he was coming into, and likely that he was going into the home to do the murders on that video, which I thought he was leaving, but and that's exactly, Faye, but that also exactly why perhaps, remember, they were, the police Yesterday's panel that we were listening to on this case was all so convinced that the person calling and the staff had to have some sort of insight because he worked an hour to an hour and a half away and they were already on the premises. So did they know, or did they suspect he was doing something on the side with some rugs, or that he kept drugs in his home? Was there a problem with a past client who became an addict? Like, maybe there was intel that they had there that led them to jump to that conclusion. But we're going to watch here today a different panel after this one who completely disagrees, like redo. Like, none of everybody yesterday thought it was odd that they would have called without, that within an hour that they would have called. Nobody here seemed to think it was odd. And it also gave me the epiphany as to why, because from the police panel yesterday's interview that we saw, the Jennifer Coffendorfer and the other two police officers on the panels that we were watching, they thought it was unusual from their viewpoint as law enforcement officers, because most people likely do not go to that extent. Now, they may not have experience with the dental offices, but here's the other thing. We are part of the true crime community. We are the ones who stand for truth, transparency, and justice. That's why we show up here every day. That's why we're invested in these cases. And we're kind of part of I think we're part of a different club, if you will, because none of us morally found it so hard to fathom after an hour that you would call 911. The cops do, but they're also dealing with criminals. So to that extent, right? So I'm just saying, maybe because we're in the true crime community, we're a different kind of breed. We're more intuitive. We're more We're more like an activist, if you will, in personality. So we would more likely call the cops. Like, I'm just throwing theories out there, because in the panels we're going to hear today from, they think completely nothing of the suspicion of these people. Yet the panel yesterday, all the ex-coppers definitely do. So I think it depends on, one, your background, but two, if you're into true crime, like we all are here, we have different thoughts about crime. We think about it differently maybe than the average person who's not a true crime junkie, the average criminal perhaps, or the average person who doesn't take as a vested interest, in missing people as we do, right? You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure out why there's such differences between the criminology profilers' perspectives on these calls versus the cops, the ex-cops. So they're looking at it from their viewpoint and their experience, but we're looking at it from our viewpoint and our experience, and our experience is a lot more, hey, I'd call too. So it's just interesting.
I'm wondering if he usually it's a smaller caliber weapon, as far as I'm concerned, compared to what's out there, and he could have had it muffled in some way, because you would think there would be some noise. I know it's early in the morning, but I mean, still in all, you're talking about 4 shots that at least we know of, and a dog, and I'm sure that dog wasn't having a happy time. So I'm wondering and concerned about barking and this shooting, and nobody's reported anything on it. Nobody said anything. Nobody said a word about it. It's like, the house was like completely tight as a drum as far as sound goes.
Right. Yeah. If the dog didn't start barking when the person came in, you think after a few gunshots it would start barking. So it's very odd. Okay. The other thing is,
so was there a silencer? Was there a silencer used? Because the dog not barking could mean either he didn't hear it, there was no silencer, or he was not afraid of the person and knew the parent person. I mean, not very many dogs would not bark after that, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man.
Why are there not being any warnings to the public right now? If this was a completely random break-in, what do you think?
Well, I don't think I think law enforcement's handling it smart. They're not coming out with warnings to the public because maybe they have a good idea what this was about, what the motive was about, maybe who even the killer was. But they're also not saying, at least I haven't heard, I don't know if you heard, are they saying we see no danger to the public at this point in time. It looks safe.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't see them going either way with that comment. I don't see that comment going either way.
Right.
They're not taking a stand either way on that. They're playing it cool, playing it smart, playing it in the middle. And that's the way I'm looking at it.
Yep. Okay, so I want to ask you a question too. I watched a piece from Reiner, and on that piece they mentioned a good question, which I want to get your take on. The coworkers that called in the wellness check for Spencer. Apparently he was supposed to show up to work at 8 a.m. and they made the call around 9 a.m. So only an hour after he's not showing up for work, they're calling it a wellness check. Do you think that's too soon, or what do you make about all that?
Yeah, not at all, because they called the wife, dude. They tried to get in touch with the wife. They tried to get in touch with Monique, and they couldn't get in touch with her, right?
Yep.
So that's when they called, to have a welfare check, right? But see, the other side to this too, and I don't think people are thinking about this a lot, is that this guy's a doctor. He's a dentist. So if he's starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, he's probably got patients at 8 o'clock in the morning. What about his patients? They're already scheduled.
Yeah.
Now, by 9, is that when they called to say he wasn't showing up?
I think it was like around 9:03 or something was the first call. Yeah.
So by 9 o'clock now, he's starting to have his 8 o'clock patient maybe there, his 9 o'clock patient showing up, right? Now, these people could need some serious dental work, right? I mean, he's obviously a very popular and likable dentist. So now, the longer he's not there, the more the patients keep coming in and backing up. So these patients have to be taken care of. Believe me when I tell you, that can be very, very stressful, especially if they are in pain. Okay. So I don't think anything at all about, I mean, because I have had a lot of experience with that, with clients, and them being on time, and you need to be there on time to take care of them. But the problem is that, the patients will just continue to build. There will be a lot of stress in the office. Where is he? Where is he? Patients will be in pain. Patients will start to complain. Where is he? I was supposed to be here. He's an hour. He's going to be 2 hours late, and who's ahead of who? And, I mean, and so I can understand why the office called him that quickly. Yeah,
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's a really good point. Very good point. All right, the next one, I came across this doing some research that there was a 911 call made from that address back last year in April sometime. Does that say anything to you? I don't know if they've confirmed that it's her. I haven't seen that for some reason, but what do you make about that, those allegations?
Well, I think it's interesting, and it needs to be looked into. I think they should, check to see if, they ever owned any firearms. If any of the friends or neighbors, believe that there could have been threats either way, back and forth between the both of them, that they weren't as happy and go lucky and in love as they seem to be. All right. I think that definitely needs to be looked into. And again, did they ever own a firearm? Just to check.
Right. Yeah. So we brought up earlier too, that love triangle thing. What do you think about that possibility?
See, the love triangle thing, I think is possible. Again, we can't, at this point, we can't exclude anything. Okay. When you look at the love triangle piece of it, you have to understand where I'm coming from. I'm coming from probably the coldest day of the year, at least in Ohio, in Columbus, Ohio. And we got a guy out there who's going to kill some people, going to kill a couple. He's up to something. I really believe this is a very desperate person. I mean, yeah, the love triangle thing, possible. But on the coldest day at 2 o'clock in the morning, you know your way around. You had to scope out the area a little bit. You know where the cameras are. I really look at somebody that if they wanted to do that, they could do that some other time, some other place, where at least it's warmer, right? I mean, just a picture of a person of interest that they're looking at that they want to talk to. I mean, that person looked pretty cold and hidden, suspiciously hidden. Wasn't looking around, head up. It looked like they had concerns about cameras and getting their picture, taken on a camera. But I just have a problem with that love triangle thing on that cold morning. But anything's possible. Anything's possible. Knowing there's a dog in the house, knowing you're going in there to shoot, there's going to be noise from the shots. How's the dog going to react? But stranger things have happened, right?
Right.
So, it depends on how desperate the person is to get what they're after. Now, the other point we got to bring out here, and you brought it out earlier, is where they lived. And they lived right on a nice block, it seems, a little area there, but a little area because towards the back of them was a pretty rough neighborhood, right? So, usually, at 2 a.m. in the morning on a freezing night, usually somebody that has to be out there in that cold is desperate for something to get their hands on something. And, could this be somebody from the area, somebody that's, has done some robberies and broken into houses somehow before, is a pro at it? Is it somebody that's done armed robberies? Let's face it, the cameras are on the outside. Once you get inside with the victim, there's no camera pretty much, right? Mm-hmm. So, his whole thing could be getting inside. But again, depending on how desperate he is. And I have to believe in that area behind him, there are a lot of people that have a habit. And I would lean more to, fentanyl, heroin, some kind of opiate kind of habit, if in fact it is a possibility or a probability, because that coincides with being up at 2 a.m. in the morning and doing whatever you got to do, and being out there and being desperate because you got to pick up and you got to have your fix for the morning, or you're going to get sick and you're going to start to go into withdrawals. So there's a lot of different things that work here. Love triangle, an opiate addict that's desperate, somebody that knew where there was valuables, somebody that knew how to get into the house and had to be some kind of close friend or knew of them or whatever. I mean, this could have been an ex-delivery guy that knew the code to get in or something. I don't know. I don't know. There's people that, they can figure, these criminals can figure this stuff out. They can figure this stuff out. I mean, how to bypass or how to get in or what to do. So, I mean, I think we've got a lot of different angles that are up in the air. However, for whatever reason, I think we have to have a desperate person here. And why are they desperate?
Right.
That'll lead us into motive. We can figure out why they're so desperate. Why does it have to be done now? Even if it's killing them for a love triangle kind of thing. Why now? Why this early in the morning? You know what I mean? Why deal with the dog? Why deal with the neighbors? Why not, just deal with them some other time? Are they intoxicated that they're not thinking correctly and, smart enough or whatever to realize how, radical they're acting? I mean, this is not rational behavior. It's irrational,
I also find what's interesting about what he says is, yeah, Marie, if the people in the area, if he's local, would recognize him for sure. But it's in a really rough neighborhood too, right? So, I mean, it could have just been a robbery for somebody that knew he was a dentist and maybe he just thought there'd be drugs there and this guy was all cracked out. We don't really know, Yeah. Some people, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. I remember Faye. Yeah, I know. Okay, we're almost done this. We got another 2 minutes of this interview.
Yeah, that's exactly my last question, John. It's just like, why this specific night? I mean, what, December 30th? It's a Tuesday? Who's walking around in freezing temperatures on Tuesday night, 2 a.m.? Why now?
2 to 5 a.m.
Yeah,
with murder on their minds.
On Tuesday.
Right?
Yeah.
With the dog in there. There's going to be shooting. There's going to be fireworks. There's neighbors, right? There could be screaming, right? Somebody could run out the other door or something. I mean, it just, I mean, how desperate was this person, and what were they desperate for? That's my my 2 cents on this thing to this point. And hopefully more will be revealed. I totally believe the cops up there in Columbus, the detectives up in Columbus, Ohio. They you know, they've got their finger on the pulse of this. We'll see what comes out of it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess. Do you think because there's not so much released right now that what does that say about the case? They don't have much out there.
Well, I think they're staying tight-lipped on it. I think they realize there's a lot of different angles that they have to work. We just brought some up here, right? I don't know, you know, what other angles they know about that we don't know about. It could have a number of angles. Could be vendettas against them for some reason or whatever, you know. I mean, you know, could be a mentally ill person. I mean, I'm not throwing any theory out the window, but I'm just logically speaking, you know, we've got a you know, a pretty desperate person that wants to kill two people pretty darn bad, or take a chance on killing them, or a chance on robbing them, and doesn't want to leave any witnesses or whatever. I just thank God he left the kids, you know, and I'm glad he didn't kill the dog, you know. I mean, you know, so, you know, I think it was about personally grabbing something, because I don't know, anybody can make and I don't believe the cops made that statement saying, you know, absolutely nothing was taken out of the house. They're too smart to make that kind of blank statement. That's a pretty blank statement, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Well, that's all I have for you.
I mean, that's true. Like, how would anybody know at this point if something was taken? Jewelry, drugs, like we just talked about. Okay, listen up. We got a really interesting video here. Watch this. This is Gray Hughes investigates. Watch out.
Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please hit that like button, share the video, and subscribe. Today's video is regarding the surveillance location in the murder case of Spencer and Monique Tepe that happened on December 30th between the hours of 2 and 5 a.m. Police have updated that information. I believe they updated it based on the time they see an individual walking on surveillance. I'm pretty sure they have this person on other surveillance cameras, but they released a portion to the public, and a lot of people didn't know if he was coming or going to the crime. But what I like to do is figure out exact locations, and those locations generally tell a story. All right, so let's take a look at the surveillance footage. And here is the surveillance footage. Let's just play it full here. And you see him walking by, dark jacket, looks like a hoodie with light pants, maybe gray, and some darker shoes. All right, so back it up again. And you see him walking there. Now, you can tell this is an alley because of how narrow it is. Now, we know there's an alley behind his house. I guessed on the first show that the killer came in from back behind, so I initially started looking on the alley right behind the house, and eventually I had to look everywhere because I couldn't find it. I was looking for this brick pillar right there. So this is the brick pillar right there that I was looking for. And if we go to Google Maps, this is where the house is at 1411 4th Street, Columbus, Ohio. And then there's an alley right there. Now, if you go down to Street View here, and you go down the alley, you know, this is the garage behind the house is this one right here. And if you go down.
So yesterday we were asking whether there was a garage in the back, and you're going to get your answer to whether there's a keypad. Now, these are old. No worries, Linda, sweetie. Thank you. You're welcome. Stick around. We've got a really, really super interesting interview coming up after this as well. Really interesting. But by a woman who developed a program, an FBI agent on solving crimes. Super interesting. But this is also very telling. Keep listening.
Alley. I was looking for the cement pillar. And I just couldn't see it. You know, as soon as you get to right here, it switches over to a different scene. And then I went down here and I just kept going this direction and this direction and this direction. And then I went down a whole bunch of other alleys looking for that pillar. And then I went this direction. I think this is the first direction that I went originally, but I went down like this. And as you can see, from this angle, it looks like everything kind of remains the same-ish, you know. But you go down here and you turn around, and once you're in this location right here, see how all this stuff gets covered over? You can't see it. So there's only 2 frames where it actually shows that right there is the brick pillar that you see in the background right there. All right, and see this little opening here. And then another thing to look out for are these 2 rails or whatever that come out of this doorway. I don't know exactly what those are because I can't go look at it on Street View because the timing changes from 2025.
What are they? They look like downspouts from rain that are really too long. I don't know. What do you think they are?
To 2019, and there was a lot of remodeling and construction that went on in that time frame. However, look right there. There are those 2 rails that come out. There's a brick pillar, and then here is the garage that has the surveillance camera on it, and this is the cement slab that you see.
Faye, it's
in
okay,
this
honey. I
video
know,
right
I know.
here.
It's
So he's
okay.
walking by
Be
in
kind,
this
be
direction,
kind.
and you can see there's that area that goes in there, and that is right in here. Okay, because that camera. So if you go down here, you can't see it anymore. It's wild. I mean, it completely changed look just on 2 frames. There's only a couple different still frames on Google Street View that you actually can see the brick pillars. All right, so if you go back from here, and this is where you kind of have to be, here are those 2 rails. There's the brick pylon. There is the parking garage, the slab of cement. The camera is right up there at the top. You can't see it from that angle, but right there. And then if we turn around and go down this direction, this is the direction the killer was walking. At least they believe he might be the killer. I'm pretty sure they're pretty certain of it, or they wouldn't have released it. And then here is the garage behind the house. Now, I think he went through this area right there and made his way to the back of the house. And then right here is an image of the house, of different locations in the house on realtor.com. Now, this is what it looks like inside the house. This is the right side of the house while looking at it. You can see outside that building there. And then this is out the front door. And this one obviously doesn't have the Ring doorbell camera on it at this time. And then just to the left there, there's a French door that looks out to the main street. And these are stairs going upstairs, and these stairs here go downstairs. And there's those French doors that look outside of the front. In fact, see that building through there. If you go up in the air, right here on Street View, you can see it right there. That's the same building that you see through that window right there. All right, and let's just keep going down. Again, there's those French doors, kitchen, etc. I think the key is I want to go downstairs. So let's just go near the end. We're upstairs now. This might be where the victims were found, although it seems like they would have to have been downstairs, at least one of them. Maybe the wife was upstairs and Tepe was downstairs. Perhaps he was already awake, and people say, oh, he normally gets up at 5 and gets ready, and he hadn't even started getting ready yet, so they think the murders happened between 2 and 5 in the morning. So this is the part I wanted to get to right here. Here's the back of the house. Now, the killer could have gone through this door or maybe made his way down into the basement area right there. And that's what it looks like. And then he could have, this is, the alley is right back there. So he would have climbed over this fence right here and then went back this direction and made his way inside the house. And I think he left the same way. And so that's why, since there is a camera on this pole right there. That's probably why, and those houses are built in like around 2020 right here. And that's probably why this camera doesn't pick up anybody going inside the house. Now you can go, if you go down this side street, now those buildings are there. And then you turn around and then there's the camera and it didn't pick anybody up apparently. And then there's also a Ring doorbell camera on the front of the house right at the door. And that might be why nothing was picked up on that camera either. All right. So it turns out that the killer likely entered the area right here on this street. I doubt he walked through the grass, turned left. We know from the surveillance footage he starts about right there. So I think we can, you know, really assume that he came walking in like this all the way down the street and then turned in. He was heading towards the house in that surveillance footage. So I think that means that he was going to the house at that time, and that's when he entered the back of the residence. How he got into the house, I don't know. Maybe law enforcement does. Perhaps this person had the code to get into the push button locks that they have. We don't know. All right, but it's really interesting. But just realize, everybody, that the surveillance footage is taken right here, and that's why they narrowed down the time frame. I think they see him walking there, and they're able to determine that right around, he probably was walking there at, I would say, right around 2 in the morning, and they think it happened right after that, and between where Tepe and then something inside the house made them believe it was before 5 as well. Now, I guess I wouldn't say that Tepe was downstairs maybe getting ready, because then they would say the murders happened between 4 and 5 or something like that. They wouldn't have said 2 because he's moving around. But I guess what they're really basing it on are the movements of this person walking. They probably have him on the same camera exiting, running by that camera at 5-ish. So they're just putting that the murders happened between 2 and 5. They're not showing the part where he's running away or other footage that they have. They're just showing the part where he's walking by casually. And I think they've narrowed down the time frame just based on the movements of this person. So I would probably change that. I don't think anything inside the house is what convinced them of the timing of the homicides. I think it's just like the Elantra in the Idaho 4 case, where you have the Elantra driving by, it parks at around 4:08 and drives away at a high rate of speed at 4:20. So you know the murders happened between 4:08 and 4:20 in that case. All right. So there you have it.
Really, Trees? I just saw your comment. You just heard that on the street 11 days or so earlier, a person made a 911 call that someone was trying to break into their home. Very interesting. Very interesting, Trees. That is interesting. Faye says, I really want to know if the back door has a key code, because you must be a family or a very close member to get to the back door. Yeah. Yeah. Apparently they live 3 minutes away, same street. No way. Well, that is very interesting. Okay, we're going to watch another interview now. This one is super interesting. It's longer. No, we're not going to check that today, honey. I got already lots of things lined up. Hello, Kitty. Nice to see you, honey. I hope you're feeling better. We've got lots of things lined up for today. We're probably not even going to, I'm actually already cutting out the videos I had lined up because I got way too many to cover even just today. So we could do that another day, because I think we're going to see this case in the media every day until it's solved. Personally, that's just me. I mean, it could be wrong, but okay, listen up. This is Criminally Obsessed. I love this channel. This interview is absolutely stellar. Listen up.
Smiling, dancing. It's obvious they're madly in love with each other. This is how we've gotten to know Spencer and Monique Tepe, an Ohio couple about to celebrate their 5th wedding anniversary. And we'd probably never know their names or faces if they hadn't been murdered in their home while their little ones were sleeping. Now, a week later, I can't stop thinking about them. Who would do this and why? All we have is a grainy photo of a hooded person walking down an alley, a person of interest. Can this case be solved? I'm Ann Emerson, an investigative reporter with more than 30 years of experience. I just got done interviewing Dr. Laura Petler. She's a well-known forensic criminologist, And what she just told me is going to change the way I cover crime from now on, from the way I ask questions to the police investigation. As you study that surveillance video, is that what police should be focusing in on right now or something else? But before we go any further, please make sure that you like and subscribe to Criminally Obsessed, because I've got a lot more stories like this coming your way. Dr. Pettler has created what she says is a no-fail way to solve murders fast. It's called the murder room method. When we talk about like going into the murder room to look at a case like this, what is that? Where are we going?
The murder room is a systematic method of investigation that solves cases and can help identify manner of death. It can identify probable cause. It can case theory. And in doing all of those things, this is the only comprehensive method that we have that actually takes, like if you take all the books on homicide investigation out there and you pull the most important pieces from those books and put it into one method, that's what the murder room method is. We build systems for investigating and solving murders like the Tepe murders really fast. We solve them really fast. The last one we had that was like this, kind of a whodunit, we put it through the murder room. It solved it in 23 hours and 32 minutes. And that was in the field. That was actually the fastest I'd ever seen the murder room process work. And it's very likely that they already know who they believe murdered the Tepes. They just are not at a point where they have probable cause to arrest, and they can't release information to the public because that would jeopardize anything about, the offender or a suspect that's going to manipulate evidence once they know they're caught.
That they're in the bullseye.
It's just way too early.
Now we're just starting to get more information of a possible person of interest. So I would love it if we could bring this case of the Tepes, bring this case into your murder room and start figuring out what happened and why.
So anytime you have two parents shot to death in the middle of the night and their children are left unharmed, this is going to hit people in the gut, Anne. It's going to really hit people 100%. Squarely in the gut, and people are going to want to know exactly what's going on. When we put a case.
Thank you, Donna. Yes, everybody, please do the thumbs up thing to support the channel. It helps the algorithm. I truly appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we're going to listen up.
Case like this in the murder room, the goal first is to solve the case. In our murder room process, and we have 6 stages. So right now we're talking about is stage 1, which is called knowledge. This is the very first thing we're doing. We're building the bottom. We're building the foundation of the house, so we can build all the infrastructure of the house and put the roof on it. Now, a lot of times where people go wrong in the very beginning stages of these kinds of cases is they focus on the suspect instead of focusing on the victim. And in this case, we have 2 victims. So we have to be conservative on our analysis in the murder room at this point on the victimology, because if we overreach, it sends us on a wild goose chase in the wrong direction. One of the most important things we know about Spencer is that he's a reliable employee and he's always on time. And the fact that he was absent from work on December 30th was the trigger for the welfare check at his house.
This individual, Spencer, works with me, and he did not show up to work this morning, and we cannot get a hold of him or his family. Like, he is always on time, and he would contact us if there was any issues whatsoever. And I just don't know how else to say this. Like, we're very, very concerned because this is very out of character.
And this speaks to his routine and what we call routine activities theory, his predictability. And it really matters because this case could be a targeted attack. So if you have somebody that's very predictable like that, it's much easier to target them because they're predictable as far as where they are in a particular day or a particular frame of period of time. So we know at this particular time he would have been at work. He wasn't at work. And when they get over there to do the welfare check, there's several people that show up. And they all kind of knock on the door, and there's no answer to the door. They can't get a hold of his wife. They can't get a hold of Spencer. And I saw in one of the reports that the dentist that works with Spencer reported that not being able to get a hold of Monique was more upsetting to him, more concerning to him.
And we can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing.
It speaks to her victimology as far as who she is and what's normal for her. Here they are now brutally murdered in their home. Their children have survived. The window, according to the police, is 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., somewhere in that period of time. And for somebody to visit their home at that time, it's planned. It's deliberate. This person could have felt confident about the access they had to the home.
Mhm.
There's some level of familiarity with either the neighborhood or the home itself, with the people, knowing they're going to be there at that hour. Because, like you said, they've got little kids. They're typically home. So we always start with the demographics. Who are they? They are 37 to 39 years old. They live in an affluent neighborhood. I saw their house. Look like a kind of modern, almost like a townhouse, very narrow, but very kind of long looking. Has a garage in the back. It's got a balcony on the front, plus a front door. The yard was fenced in, and it was a privacy fence, not like a regular other kind of fence. That's important. And they were clearly at home at night, and their children were also home. I believe their children are 1 and 4 years old. So we start with those kind of things. Then we start taking a deep dive into, let's look at their physical aspects of their life. Do they have shelter, food, water, air? Yes, those all check off. Next, we look at safety and security. Were they concerned about their personal safety? We ask that question. That's step 2 of the victimology process. We start looking at, did they feel safe in their home? Did they feel safe in their car? Did they feel safe when they were out in public? Feel safe in their occupations physically? Then we look at their safety as far as like financial. We look at all of their victimology from the standpoint of, were there any areas where they didn't feel secure in any aspect of their work, their finances, their personal relationships, things like that. Then we move to step 3, which is called love and belonging. That's where you usually figure out what the motive is. And love and belonging is going to deal with all their relationships in their lives. Let's look at their relationship first. The Tepes themselves, the Monique Spencer relationship. Then we're going to look at each one of their relationships with their immediate family, extended family, friends, co-workers, acquaintances, people at Starbucks, people at the gym, people at the gas station, people in their neighborhood, their neighbors. We're going to start doing these concentric zones, and we're going to build out on every single person. And we actually do it like a spiral. And so like we start at the top and we spiral all the way down like this funnel. So we start like, okay, who are all the people that are in the world? And we come down to, one person. So in this case, you're going to look at patients, you're going to look at coworkers, and especially patients, especially coworkers, people like that, because when you have a case like the Superbike murders in South Carolina, I said for the entire time, for more than 10 years, I said it's an anger-based homicide. It's an anger retaliatory homicide. And I'll bet you the person that killed them is on the client list of that bike shop. And that's exactly what happened. He was mad. Yeah. I mean, he was mad because he couldn't be part of their group. And is there a disgruntled patient? Is there a patient who was caused some kind of harm? Something like that. And so you're going to look at relationships right there. Once you start looking at the relationships, you can identify potential conflict within the realm and the world of Spencer or Monique Tepe. And yeah, that's usually where the case will solve right there. So you're literally, not even 48 hours in. And because we recommend, full victimology should be finished on these victims within 48 hours. And that's a long time. We say 48, I like it done within hours. But
Why?
Because
Why
you
does it?
can't, let's just use you and I as an example. You and I know each other, but we are not in each other's home. So I don't know what to expect in your house. You don't know what to expect in mine. I don't know what your favorite drink is. You don't know what my favorite drink is. If you found me in my kitchen and you found me dead in there, and I had a bottle of Pepsi, a can of Coke, a bottle of water, and a beer, which one is mine?
Exactly, because I need to know all your habits.
You
what
don't
you're
know
doing.
which one is mine.
No, I
And
don't.
if I found the same 4 beside you, I wouldn't know which one is yours. The only way you can understand the crime scene is if you understand the victims first. Because then you say, you know what? Doc's daughter said that Coke in a can is her favorite drink, but she doesn't drink alcohol. She won't drink Pepsi if it's the last drink on earth. So it's a problem that beer and the Pepsi are near her body.
Right.
But if you are a CSI and you walk into a scene and you know nothing about the victims and you don't do victimology, you are staring at something that you have no knowledge about whatsoever. And therefore, you are not going to identify that Pepsi and that beer need to go to the lab ASAP because they don't belong to the victim.
Do you believe that they've already, would you think that the Columbus police have already gone through this victimology at this point because we're so far out?
No, not as much, because it depends on who they are as investigators. So this investigation is going to be 100% reflective of the education, training, and experience of the investigators.
Where have we heard that before? I know, Marie. That's why she's amazing. I love this lady. I love Criminally Obsessed as well. It's a great
And
channel.
if they understand victimology and they understand how to use it on the front end to solve the case, really, I mean, it's a smoking gun. So, like, you know, if you use it like a smoking gun at the front end, you're going to identify your pool of people that this could be, narrow it down really, really fast. You're going to use the video surveillance as a lead, not a solution. The victimology is your solution. The video is a lead. And so you're hopefully they're utilizing like the behavioral analysis group up there at the I think it's called BCI in Bureau of Criminal Investigation, because I worked with them some when I was in grad school. I did my master's degree at Youngstown State University there in Ohio. So, they do have some really good resources available to them. And in utilizing those kind of resources, they're going to be looking at the offender characteristics, and they're going to infer that by crime scene characteristics and the crime scene dynamics, what we call the homicidal pattern of what we see in the scene. And so they're going to be extrapolating all of that if they know what they're doing. And I have no idea.
No,
Do you have people that are investigating this that are very young, that don't have a lot of experience, that don't have a whole lot of homicide investigative knowledge yet in their careers?
Right.
Academic knowledge is very different than actual like experiential knowledge that you gain from the field, and both are critically important. Both are equally as important to each other. You can be a homicide investigator for 40 years, but if you've got the wrong experience, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
And just because you were something for 40 years doesn't mean that you were good at it.
Okay, sweetie.
And,
Thank
the
you.
things that
No
keep on
worries.
coming
Thank
in my
you.
mind is there was no forced entry.
Right.
The murder weapons weren't there. That's how they were able to rule out the murder suicide. But they did find the shell casings. I think it was like 3 9mm shell casings is what was released.
So this type of an offender brings I'll tell you what, interestingly, they a lot of times will walk up to a mile to and from the crime scene. They like that. For me at this point, let me be very, very clear to the viewers. This is not a claim. This is an analysis at this time. And I'll explain why I'm where I'm at. But this is an anger retaliatory murder to me, because you don't have robbery. So you can rule that out as a motive. And you don't have forced entry. You don't have certain things that a lot of times what you'll have, like with a home invasion, right? You have a home invasion, you've got maybe forced entry if you've got a locked door or something like that. And then of course the motive is to get in there and steal things, and the people end up dead because they interrupt that robbery, or
Right.
they become witnesses. So in this case, it's not shocking to me that you see a potential person of interest, as the police are calling him, walking away from the Tepe residence between those hours of 2 to 5 a.m. That's a really specific period of time. It's a narrow operational window. It's not, middle of the day. It's not 12 hours. It's a very narrow operational window. I do think it's interesting that they're saying they're putting that in such a tight box, where it's oh no, it's 2 to 5. That's
Exactly. I mean,
it's
that was,
small.
and they weren't there. They were giving it a 9-hour window, and they actually went in and said, no, we need to like make this a 2 to 5 a.m. window.
Okay. So, they're narrowing that. And the fact that, this type of offender brings the weapon to the scene and takes the weapon from the scene. And the way they walk, like if they can get the surveillance video on the front end, that's going to be huge, because one of the things that we might observe in a video of an offender walking to the scene is the way they walk is more like really deliberate, purposeful, angry, something like that. And
Right.
then the way they walk away from the scene, because the murder stops when their anger is sated. And if they feel satisfied, if they feel like resolved, like, okay, I've dumped all my anger into this victim, they can become very euphoric and high on their own endorphins from the kill. And then when they walk away, sometimes we find them covered in blood, walking away from like a stabbing or a beating. And the police are like blue lighting to the scene. And then you've got the suspect walking away from the scene. I always teach investigators, make sure you're paying attention to everybody walking, past your cars as your guys are driving up there, because you may be passing the killer. Because they oftentimes will walk away from these scenes, and the walking is like cathartic to them. The kill is cathartic to them. And so they have this really euphoric feeling. And if you stop them, sometimes they act like they're really high, and they're just like, like, oh, hey, how you doing? And I mean, we've had cases like that, several cases like that, where the killers, and if they're in a car, and sometimes they'll run a stoplight, they'll run a stop sign, they'll get stopped for speeding. So like infractions, I would be looking at infractions like traffic violations, running stoplights and things like that around the Tepe residence. And that street that's out there in front of their house, it looked like during the day it had some traffic. Like it seemed like it was kind of a busy road, as opposed to that alley that's behind the house. Totally different. So this kind of an offender, it's normal for them to walk to and from. But if maybe they'll find the footage from walking to, or was this person dropped off, or Ubered over there, that kind of thing,
which would be unbelievable if they had like somebody from an Uber that actually had them in the car with them.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very possible. And then they walk away, and then they get a ride from another location. We had one here like that, where he killed a man and staged it as a suicide out in front of his place of business. And then he walked down the street, hid in a dumpster, called his best friend and said, come pick me up at the Food Lion. And the best friend came over and picked him up out of the dumpster. And then they went to 3 different creeks and 3 different bridges and threw the evidence over those locations. So they like to walk to and from the scene for sure. And so it's not surprising for me to see a case like this where you've got, my understanding is at this point from the media is that Spencer Cornelius has shot 3 times, and that his wife has shot 1 time. And I don't know if that is correct information. That's what I'm aware of at this time. I don't know that if that's right or not.
That's what we've been told too, that he was shot multiple times and she was only shot once, and it was upstairs. The person who calls 911 said that they actually saw his body, that there was blood, and that his body was off of the bed. So
There's a body. Our friend wasn't answering his phone. We just did a wellness check. We just came here, and he appears dead.
Okay.
There's blood. He's laying next to his bed, off of his bed, and there's blood. I can't get closer to see more than that.
Okay, you can tell he's obviously not breathing or anything.
Yeah.
Is it like kind of like huddle, like does he look like?
It's definitely huddled. I can't look.
Okay, all right, I understand.
From that, I'm just taking away that they were in their bedroom when this actually happened.
Yes,
that the intruder went into the bedroom.
Yeah. So did somebody have a code to get in? Did somebody know how to unlock the door? Did they get a key? And then they go all the way upstairs and ambush them while they're sleeping. And most of the people like this, they'll take out the man first, and sometimes the female will survive, but they take out the biggest threat first. But on top of that, 3 gunshot wounds is not really necessary to kill somebody. So to me, it's indicative of anger. And the fact that you just like walk right in the house, is there an affair going on somewhere, where there's a man that's angry because Spencer, and I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying, like, why is this man or this woman, why is someone angry with Spencer? And then, is Monique collateral damage because she's a witness? She has 1 gunshot wound. She doesn't appear to be the emotional target. The emotional target appears to be Spencer, because the way murder happens, and is actually very simple. First of all, murder is conflict resolution for the offender. So when you find that conflict embedded in that love and belonging step 3 of stage 1 in the murder room, that's where you find the reason someone's dead. And when you do, when you're looking at the offender, basically there's a trigger, and then that trigger elicits an emotion, and that emotion elicits a thought, and then that thought leads to a behavior. So you've got, I'm angry with Spencer, or Spencer did this. I'm angry with Spencer. I'm going to kill Spencer. I'm going to show up in Spencer's house in the middle of the night and shoot him dead. And then, Monique, you cannot be alive because you've now seen me kill Spencer. So I have to kill you too. But she doesn't appear to be the target to me at this time.
And the children are not a threat.
No, and they're not part of the motive.
And the gun, do you take anything away from a gun being used in this?
Yeah, the firearm, is an interesting weapon, because when you think about a firearm and think about the kind of weapon it is, it's a what I call I don't have to touch you to kill you weapon. Where
YouTuber, where did you get that the boss also walked that way? I'd love to hear where you heard that.
you know, a lot of anger retaliatory homicides are stabbings and beatings. But like we saw in the Superbike case, that was an angry Todd Cole-Hepp using a firearm. And it was an extension of his power. It was symbolic to him of power. So, you know, the killer in this case, maybe they carry a firearm all the time and it's an extension of their power. It's symbolic of power to them. And the weapon is, I have to kill you, or I want to kill you, but I don't want to touch you. You know, and it's very possible that, you know, there's 3 gunshot wounds. Another analysis of the 3 gunshot wounds could be that the first one was not fatal. The second one was maybe not fatal. Like he wanted to make sure, or she wanted to make sure that Spencer was dead. Was it to keep a secret? Was there some secret going on? Was there some financial trouble? Was there, you know, the blitz and the ambush is really a lot, you know, symbolic of anger. A lot of times, you know, somebody shows up and wants to beat somebody up or take somebody on, you know, it's like a revenge kind of an anger, jealousy, fear, those kind of emotions usually tie into this kind of thing.
Well, Laura, we're in the murder room and we've basically gone through this victimology. I mean, where do we take it from here? It sounds like we've hit a lot of the things that you would be looking for. Are we still in the realm of like where you would be in your investigation?
So after the victimology end, we would be looking at the crime scene dynamics and the crime scene characteristics, and looking at the fact that the dynamics, meaning what is moving around in the crime scene, what kind of emotionality do we see? And for me at this point, like I said, one way to analyze this is that there's extreme anger going on. And there's an extreme anger going on toward one particular person as opposed to both people. And especially nobody's angry with the kids. And, you know, it's a very special killer that kills children. Not every killer will kill children. And as we know from prison, a lot of times when you have a child.
That is fascinating. You're kidding me. Do you remember what channel that was? Well, that is wild that he would post that. Very interesting. I mean, it's not conclusive, but it's certainly very interesting.
Killer that goes into a prison that's sentenced for whatever related to the murder of a child. That person is targeted within the prison system itself, because, you know, other offenders don't like
evil
kids. Yeah, people that kill kids. So the fact that that this offender did not kill children really, really lends to the psychology, but it really more lends to the motive again. And that's why, again, that I have analyze this, what we know so far, as being consistent with an anger retaliatory killer. So the murder, you know, eliminates Spencer, and for the killer in cases like this, it can just resolve the problem. And then it you know, is 3 bullets, is 3 gunshot wounds overkill? Some people are going to argue yes, some people are going to argue no. It's really very emotional to me. When you see multiple gunshot wounds, it's emotional, like it's a dumping, just the same way if you were beating somebody with your fist or stabbing somebody, it's the same kind of an idea. You know, you're dumping all of this anger into the victim. And again, you know, with Monique, for me, it was just the removal of the witness.
Right.
She wasn't, you know, the target, in my opinion. So that's what that kind of encompasses the basics of the dynamics. Then we would be looking at the actual scene characteristics and the homicidal pattern. And then from all of that, we can create a list of potential offender characteristics that I would not put like every egg in that basket. I would not use that exclusively, like any kind of criminal profile at all. I would definitely not recommend using that as your, you know, one and done kind of tool for finding somebody that does things like this. But it just, murder is really not that complicated, because it really goes back to that sequence of trigger, emotion, thought, behavior. And so when you break it down and you just get the answers to those 4 things. Where's the trigger? You're going to find that in the victimology and the love and belonging section, most likely. What is the emotion? When you find the trigger, you're going to be able to determine the emotion. Then, obviously we know that the behavior is murder, and the thought is murder and the behavior is murder because it's planned. This is the person that I'm going to go kill somebody. So I'm going to take a gun with me. I'm going to go to a specific house in Wineland Park. I'm going to go in the house, through the first floor, up the stairs to the second floor, into a particular room, and shoot 2 particular people. That's also why you're not getting like the police saying there's some kind of threat, to the public.
Right.
They haven't, I don't know that they've.
It's extremely targeted.
Right. And so like it really, I don't know if you'll end up with layers of injury, like with Spencer. Did Spencer get up and fight back? But the firearm itself, when you're talking about anger retaliatory homicides, it creates emotional distance between the victim and the offender. That's literally emotional distance between the two of them. You don't have to touch him to kill him. Why did he need to keep shooting Spencer, but he only shot Monique once? So those are questions. And the answer to every question is always the same. The first level of the question is always the same, which is, why did the offender continue to shoot Spencer? Because it meets the needs of the offender. Why did the offender only shoot Monique once? Because it meets the needs of the offender. Why did the offender go to Spencer and Monique's house between 12 and 5 a.m.? Because it meets the needs of the offender. Is the date significant? December 30th. Is there something that happened within 7 days prior? I would go back 30 days prior. Most DV homicides, we find the reason, the catalyst for the murder within 7 to 30 days prior to the death of the victim.
So usually pretty recent offense
It
that
can be.
they feel slighted or wronged. Something
Yeah.
has happened in the last month that
Yeah, I
they
would-
really to stay angry.
Yeah, I would definitely,
Okay.
gunshots are powerful, right? I mean, gunshots are extremely powerful. So you're not going to outrun it. This is a power play. So there are elements of power interest embedded here. But for me, like the fact that there are multiple gunshot wounds, that's more on the anger side for me. And I go back to Todd Colehep because that is exactly what we saw in that Superbike case. He targeted one particular victim, but he took out all the rest of them on his way back to killing that one particular one. The one that was the actual target
Right.
versus the ones he had to kill because they were there working that day.
I forgot how many there were, but there were
I
like
think there were 4.
half a dozen at
Yeah,
least.
I think there were at least 4. But his rage was not symmetrical. It was asymmetrical.
We talked about it here yesterday. A lot of the police have picked up the pigeon toe, so that we talked about the pigeon toe yesterday. I'm more just interested in where you're saying the boss's wedding photo shows he's pigeon toed, but everybody's picked up about the pigeon toed from the suspect look. So I was more interested in if the boss had the pigeon toe.
Symmetrical in that case.
Sure.
Because you had one that was you can always tell which one's the target because they have a different level of injury. And in this case, in the Tepe case, again, not symmetrical, asymmetrical rage, asymmetrical injury. Yes, it's a firearm. Yes, it's a gunshot wound, but you've got 3 versus 1. And the fact that, if she had 3 and he had 1, then we would be really talking about something way different. Because she is not going to be as much of a threat, right, to anybody coming in there. But this person that came in there had the upper hand because this person had the gun and they were confident in their ability to shoot at a short range. A short range. Like when you look at, like a case like Biggie and Tupac, you've got 2 totally different spreads of projectiles in that case through the vehicles. You've got one killer that was really good at killing, really good at shooting, super confident, I'm going to be able to go boom, 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 and kill real easy in a tight cluster. Then you've got the other one who shot from the front of the car to the back of the car because they weren't confident they didn't know what bullet, if any bullet, was going to hit the target. And so this person in the Tepe case, it totally different. If they were equal, lateral, symmetrical targets, I think you would see more of a symmetrical wound pattern, unless you have Spencer pushing back against the offender, where maybe Monique ran away, or she hid, or she tried to get escape or something. Maybe she tried to get to her kids, something like that. But maybe Spencer fought against the person, but the wounds, you have to compare the wounds. So that would be part of the homicidal pattern, where we would be next, like using the victimology as a foundation. Now we're into stage 4 of the murder room. And in stage 4, the analysis stage, this is kind of where all of that happens. And then you know, the utilization of aggression toward the victims. What do we know now from the victimology, from the crime scene dynamics, from the crime scene characteristics, and couple, you know, we take all of that, and then we look at the homicidal pattern, which we just talked about, and now we can say, okay, this guy has a power interest because there's a firearm involved. There's an anger interest because we have asymmetrical wound patterns, you know, things like that.
Sure.
Is this an explosion? Is it an ambush? Is it a blitz? Is the offender blaming Spencer for something? You know, we don't know. You know,
No.
all we know is at this point, you know, right now. So it's an
But
emotional
these are the
kill for me.
steps. These are the steps that you would take someone through
Yeah.
to get
Yeah.
from A to B to C to D. You know, until we could solve this.
Right. And you can rule a lot of people out really,
Sure.
really fast. You know, this is an emotional priority for this killer. It's an emotional priority. And then, you know, you take everything we just said and just throw it out the window and go from, oh, is this a hired hit? Is this financial? Does somebody benefit from Spencer and Monique's death financially? If they're dead, does that mean, you know, this person gets something else? Who benefits from the death of Spencer Tepe?
Sure.
That's who killed Spencer Tepe.
Yep.
You know?
Yes. And you know what? I mean, like you said, like you take all of this information and you probably turn it on its head like 3 times over before, you know, at least trying to figure out if there's another way to look at it. But this is
We have metrics.
fascinating.
Yeah, we have metrics. So we have lots of worksheets and spreadsheets and things that are embedded into stage 4, into the analysis phase, and
Sure.
where we take all the data and we run them through all these metrics. And so one of the things that we're preparing to do in stage 4 is isolate the white noise in the case from the critical evidence. So we're separating that out. We're parsing it out. We're sifting it. We're sifting everything. So once we take and I'm not going to break it down completely, but just take this pen, for example. There are pieces of this pen. You know, there's the tip that does a job. This handle does a job. The cap does a job. So if you take this and break this down, this is the analysis of this pen, and you will reassemble it and have a much deeper understanding of it. We do that with every single piece of evidence. Then we move to stage, let me just say this. We do that in stage 4, and then we decide we're going to reconstruct with kaleidoscope or another reconstructive tool. Kaleidoscope I invented, so that's why we use that here. But it's for shooting and guns and shooting and bloodstains. And so we would be able to do that simultaneously. So we would run lasers in that room and show where the firearm was at the time of the shot within a reasonable range of scientific certainty. We would test all the hypotheses related to the victim. So was Spencer lying down at the time of the shot? Was he on his left? Was he on his right? Was he on his back? Was he on his stomach? Those kind of things. Was he sitting up? Was he standing on his head? Was he, you know, we would run every scenario you can possibly think of. Then we do the same thing for Monique. You know, does the offender move around the room, or does the offender stay in one place and boom, 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 boom? You know what I mean? It's a real fast thing. It doesn't take that long to shoot somebody 3 times and shoot the other person once. And then once the reconstruction is done, we move into stage 5, which is called synthesis. And once we move into stage 5, we use something called the CRB, which is the conflict resolution benefit matrix. Once we've identified all the persons of interest, each person of interest gets their own CRB. And what that means is that they conflict, we go through a checklist of who is in conflict with Spencer and or Monique.
Right.
And then we would be looking at, you know, is there an affair? Is there a breakup? Is there a divorce? Is there child custody? Is there child support? Are there political problems or religious problems, priority problems, extended family problems? Literally, we have a list that has all kinds of different conflicts, and you check all the boxes where you have a conflict with any particular person. So person of interest number 1, person of interest number 2, person of interest number 3, that kind of thing. Then you say, okay, well, how does murder resolve the conflict between Spencer and or Monique and this person? Yes, okay, and here's how it's reflected in the scene, that kind of thing. And then who benefits from the victim's death? So the issue is, you can have somebody, for example, at Spencer's job that might not like Spencer, and they're jealous of Spencer at work. Spencer's getting all kinds of praise from the lead guy or something, and this other dentist isn't getting that, right? Something like that. And I'm just throwing this out, just like total hypothetical. Well, who benefits from Spencer's death? Does that guy benefit? Well, sure, because Spencer's not there anymore. But is it really a motive for murder? So then you have to start
A double
sorting.
murder?
Yeah,
Yeah.
right, a double homicide. But this wasn't a couple homicide. Like, people are going to look at it like that. They're going to look at it like a Spencer Monique. This is a couple homicide. This was, to me, a targeted execution with a secondary neutralization.
Got it.
And so it's different.
Spencer and then Monique was just the collateral.
That's right.
Got it.
That's what I'm.
Donna, honey, I got your article, but is this breaking news that you're saying? Important, the FBI has received a whistleblower tip regarding the killer dentist couple, Spencer and Monique Tepe. The truth is finally coming out. Yeah. Is this breaking news, honey? We're almost done this one. I've got the article you just sent me. I had 10 minutes of another video ready to go, but let me know if there's some breaking news here.
Seeing right now, Anne, and like I said earlier, we could have a new news report later today that every single thing that we just said right now goes literally out the window, and the next conversation you and I have are, and so let's just recap what we talked about yesterday and now where we are today. Okay, let's throw this out the window, this out the window, this out the window, this out the window. And that's the beauty of the murder room, because we never draw a conclusion before we get through stage 5 and all the CRBs. So all the people who fall off that don't benefit from Spencer's death, they could be persons of interest, but they don't benefit from his death. They're not the killer. Only the killer is going to benefit from the victim's death in a particular way. And so far, we're seeing that this is just an emotional execution kind of a case. But again, as more information is revealed, I definitely could, send you a text later today and say, hey, did you see this? Or you could text me and say, hey, did you see this? And I'm like,
That's
oh,
right.
well, that changes everything.
So we just plug in the information as it becomes available. And that is how you basically solve these murders in the murder room.
That's right. And we never move to stage 6. So stage 6 is evaluation. Then and only then do we assign merit. Do we render judgments? Do we draw a conclusion? Do we render findings? Do we render an opinion? Do we determine manner of death, cause of death, probable cause, case theory, strategy, any of those things? We never, ever move to stage 6 before we have every piece of information that has run through stages 1 through 5. And right now, we're going to circle and just kind of continue circling as information comes in between stages 1, where we're still building victimology, plugging that into stage 2, 3, and 4 in analysis, moving it into stage 5, where we synthesize it between, all of the pieces that we have, the physical evidence, the behavioral evidence, the crime scene characteristics, the dynamics, the homicidal pattern. And so this is the essence of forensic criminology. This is what I do. You know what I mean? I take all these pieces, like we talked about at the beginning, and synthesize them all together. It's like super nerdy, obviously, clearly, like
It's fascinating.
mind-boggling nerd.
And for the victims' families and for everyone involved in this case, I sincerely hope that they are moving through
these
stages very quickly, because I am sure as every single minute passes, it is just hell on earth for everybody.
I'm very nervous that we're a week in and they don't have this resolved. And that definitely makes me nervous, because it's illustrious of a suspect-centered investigation as opposed to a victim-centered investigation. Victim-centered investigations solve really fast. And
Laura, I hope they get. I really do. I hope.
And
I hope we get more information. I hope I'm sending you a text soon.
I know. Me too. And but I'm telling you the truth.
So what do you think? What do you think happened in Jack and Lily's case? What do you think happened in Jack and Lily's case? So she's not so sure they've done it right yet. Keep listening.
Victim-centered death investigations solve really fast.
That's
and
good
the
to know.
fact that it's been, longer. That's why the show's called The First 48. You know what I mean?
Right.
John Kim showed The First 48. That's why he named it that, because the first 48 are the most critical time. Once you get outside the 48, the solve rate drops significantly. Is their ability to solve, unless you bring in a murder room method, and the murder room method is the only one like this in the whole world, that does this. And I'm not bragging on it. I'm just stating a fact. It's the only method that does what it does. And so, bring in the murder room method, put the case through the method. Of course, I stand ready to serve. If LPA stands ready to serve, if Columbus Police Department would ever want our assistance in it, all they have to do is call. Yeah, all they have to do is call, and we'd be happy to help them put it through the murder room, narrow down, sequester the white noise, get it out of their way. Let's get all these smoke and mirrors and the muddy water and everything, move it out of their way so it doesn't bother them anymore. Let's get it honed down into the critical evidence. Let's find that trigger. What emotion did it create? What kind of thought did it, create from the emotion, and what was the behavior? And, get it done. Yeah.
Thank you so much,
welcome.
Dr. Laura Petlar. I mean, this has just been absolutely fascinating, and I can see how we're going to be able to look at some other cases now that we've sort of set the groundwork for the murder room and the incredible work that you're doing.
Thank you.
I think that it'll be an amazing opportunity to be able to look at these with a very scientific, thorough eye, and let our viewers really sort of not take part, but feel like they have a better understanding and education as they approach these horrific homicides that we look at, in order to try and better understand what the police are trying to do too.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move in. Thank you, Donna. I know it seems like 48 hours doesn't seem very long, but I said this the other day too. Like, you notice the cases, they either get solved right away or they don't. And so, what is she's saying is essentially, if it's not solved in the first 48 hours, we may have a problem. Okay, so let me just pull up. Donna sent this article. Thank you, Donna. And this is what I was saying, and when I was like, well, maybe like we knew family was visiting. Was there somebody in the house? Hang on, I got noise coming in. I don't know where it's coming from. I can hear. Can you guys hear background noise? So bizarre. Okay. I think it's gone now. So weird. Okay. So let's just read this. The neighbors now say that the Ohio dentist Spencer Tepe and his wife Monique Tepe may not have been alone that night after a witness recalled a quiet conversation outside the door lasting 30 minutes with a nearby man. A killer is seen on the run a week after shooting a dentist and his wife with their kids nearby. The video could give clues. So we've seen this video over and over again. A person of interest walks on the, this is the person of interest who's walking in we've seen this footage over and over again. So whoever, a person of interest walks in the night Spencer and Monique Tepe were killed near the home where they were shot. Footage released by Columbus, Ohio police shows that whoever gunned down the young dentist and his wife is still on the loose a week after the grisly killings, but the police hope that the new released video of a person of interest and help from the public will help solve the crimes shrouded in mystery. I don't know where that noise is coming from. It's bizarro. Spencer Tepe, 37, and Monique Tepe, 39, were found dead December 30th in their house in Columbus, Ohio. Their children, ages 4 and 1, were also inside, not physically harmed, police said. Investigators did not find any obvious signs of forced entry or any firearm at the scene. CNN affiliate WSYX reported detectives believe the murder of Mr. and Mrs. Tepe occurred sometime between 2 and 5 a.m. in the morning of December 30th in the upstairs of their residence. Columbus police said in a written statement, recovered video footage shows a person of interest walking in the alley near the family's residence during that time frame. The footage shows a person wearing a light tanned or colored pants and a dark hoodie pulled over their head. This person keeps their head down as they trudge along a snow-lined alley in the dark. The couple lived in Columbus' fast-growing Wendland Park neighborhood, which has a troubled past but is now thriving, the Columbus Dispatch reported. As aside from the neighborhood surveillance footage released Monday evening, police have given scant details about the double homicide investigation. Columbus police have now answered the CNN's questions about whether detectives have zeroed in on a suspect, have not rather answered whether detectives have zeroed in on a suspect or a possible motive, how the assailant got into the house, whether the couple was targeted, or whether there was any ongoing threat to the public. We want to thank the community for the tips we received, Columbus police said Monday evening. We know there are questions and concerns surrounding the tragic incident. Detectives are working diligently to solve this case. We will continue to update you as the investigation progresses. It's a picture of them in front of the house. Colleagues in Spencer Tepe's dental practice called 911 after he uncharacteristically didn't show up to work December 30th. One of the Tepe's friends soon went to the couple's house and found a gruesome scene next to a bed, according to the emergency dispatch. Interesting. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. There, that was the article making all the noise. It's going to be really interesting to see, you know, when this is resolved. No noise here? You don't hear the noise? Okay, interesting. Be very interesting to see who done it. Who done it? Okay, I can't remember what this article you sent says. I'll show this one. Neighbors disclose overhearing Spencer Tepe and his wife dispute on the night of the tragedy. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thanks, Donna. I know. Isn't this wild? Like, there's so much. This story is crazy. Neighbors disclose overhearing Spencer Tepe and his wife's dispute. And his wife's dispute on the night of the tragedy. She collapsed emotionally while calling 911. Now all is revealed, including the content of that panicked call. Oh, so this is, I don't think this is referring to the, I don't think this is referring to the actual night. I think they're talking about that call that was made 9 months ago. Let me just keep reading here. Newly released 911 audio reveals the terrifying moments when friends of the murdered Ohio dentist and his wife arrived at their home for a wellness check, only to find a blood-covered body and hear the cries of a child inside. Growing concerns at the workplace. The alarm was first raised on the morning of December 30th by Spencer Tepe's employer, according to the audio obtained by Fox News Digital. The office became deeply concerned when the usually punctual dentist failed to arrive for his shift. Mark Valros, that's the owner of Athens Dental Depot, explained the situation to dispatchers. We cannot get a hold of him and his family. He's always on time, and he would contact us if there was any other issues whatsoever. He further noted that they've not been able to reach Spencer's wife, Monique. We're very, very concerned because this is very out of character, and we can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the most concerning thing. Frantic friends of the slain Ohio dentist and his wife, who rushed to the house for a wellness check, saw the bloodied body and heard the child scream. 911 call reveals. Spencer Tepe's employer called 911 on December 30th after becoming alarmed that he hadn't shown up for work, according to the audio obtained by Fox News Digital. Spencer and Monique Tepe were murdered last week inside their home in Ohio. We cannot get a hold of him or his family. He is always on time and would contact us if there's any issues whatsoever. Mark Valros, owner of Athens Dental Depot, told dispatchers before adding that Tepe's wife, Monique, had also been contacted. We're very, very concerned because this is out of character. We can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the most concerning thing, he added. Another person called the police at 9:56 a.m. to report that they could hear the Tepe's 2 kids inside the house, but no one was answering the door. The wellness check at 9:56 a.m., the second caller contacted the police, reported that they could hear the 2 children inside the residence, though no adults were responding to the door. I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell, but we can't get in at this point. I don't know if I need to break the door in or just get in the house or what. Just 7 minutes later, a friend who had gone to the house to check the couple made a gruesome discovery and relayed the scene to the 911 operator. There's a body. Our friend wasn't answering his phone. We just did a wellness check. We came here, and he appears dead. He's laying next to his bed, off his bed, in his blood. I can't get closer to see more than that. The investigation status. The Tepes were found with gunshot wounds inside their 4-bedroom residence near Columbus. Despite the violent scene, the children and the family dog were unharmed. Investigators noticed several key details. No forced entry. There were no obvious signs that someone had broken into the home. Missing weapon. No firearm was recovered from the premises. Not a murder-suicide. Authorities have explicitly stated they do not believe the deaths were a result of a murder-suicide. While no suspects have been officially identified, the Columbus Police Department released haunting surveillance video of a person of interest seen walking in the nearby alley in the early morning hours of December 30th. Okay, I don't know how much more I can read, Donna, today because of my lungs, because this is an on and on and on article. Hang on, let's just see. I'm just looking for anything new, because so far there's really nothing new in this article. Unless I missed it. I'm going to just we'll just save this for another time, maybe, because I don't see anything new in that article. Okay, I got a last 10-minute video here. Let's watch it. Last 10 minutes of this case, then we'll move to just a quick hour of Jack and Lilly, because we've been here for a while. And I hope you guys like this format. I just myself cannot do ongoing hours and hours every day of the same case. I personally need I personally need some variety. Okay, this is Court TV. Listen up.
We're very, very concerned because this is very out of character. And we can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing.
I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell.
What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body.
There's a body inside?
Yeah.
Shock and grief in Ohio. A dentist and his wife shot to death inside their home. This morning, family reacting to the surveillance footage of that person of interest. Plus, our investigators are weighing in on whether this could have been done by a professional killer. We're talking about the code and the calls, breaking down every clue. Plus, from trusted therapist to convicted child abuser, brand new documentary on Netflix is shedding light on the world of Jodi Hildebrandt. So was she the driving force behind years of abuse? Also, accused killer Nick Reiner back in.
Sorry, everybody. I did not remember this opening.
She better fight hard now, because once the jury hears the evidence, her goose may be cooked. I'm talking about defendant Corey Richins. The story of Corey and Eric Richins as told by Utah.
Okay, hang on. Did I get the wrong clip? I think I got the wrong clip. Okay, we're gonna just call it a day for the Tepe. Sorry, everybody. I'm just getting tired. Let's do Jack and Lilly. And we will continue with Tepe tomorrow, because I don't think this case is done yet. I really don't think this case is done yet. Okay, let's get to the behavioral panel. I have more videos on the Tepe, don't you worry. Like I said, ones that I was going to play today originally, and then I just decided it was too much. So now we're going to listen to the behavior panel. Oh, I had typed it wrong. Behavior panel. On their assessment of Mr. Martel and whether or not, you know, what they think of him and his statements. Okay, so let's listen in.
And talk about Daniel Martel. Now, there are two little children missing in Nova Scotia, and he's their stepfather. Greg, tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
Yeah, Canadian siblings Lilly Sullivan and Jack Sullivan, 6 and 4, disappeared from their rural home in Nova Scotia on May 2nd. There's been a lot of searches, a lot of things going on. This guy's done a lot of interviews in front of the camera, many of them very small and very short. This is about a 12-minute video we're going to watch that's been cut up into pieces with the pertinent pieces here.
It's been 6 weeks now since you've seen Lilly and Jack. I just want to ask, how are you holding up?
It's been a long 6 weeks. I know that everybody basically in the world at this point is always wanting to know, like, what happened. It's been from sadness to anger at this point. And I know the RCMP and major crimes are working around the clock trying to piece everything together, and I'm grateful for that. But it always leaves the question, 6 weeks has gone by, and we know at this point they're not in the woods. And where are they?
Did you feel in the beginning that they suspected you?
Of course. The stepfather was always a prime suspect right off the beginning.
You felt that from the beginning?
Yeah.
But you don't feel that now?
No, I don't feel that at all. I asked for the lie detector exam, the polygraph exam. I gave them my phone. I told them I, do drug tests because there's a lot of rumors online about a drug party. I know the person that said there's rumors, and it was just to take the heat off themselves.
Was there any kind of party?
No.
Was there any kind of gathering that someone might have thought was a party?
No.
There were no people at the house?
No, not the night before.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so kind of grand scheme of things, let's start off with this because it runs through the whole of it. There is quite a low energy level from this person, and there's kids missing, and you might say to yourself, well, hang on, where's the urgency around this? Where's the energy for it? But knowing something of Nova Scotia and the culture and the energy levels there, my wife's family are all of that side of the family from back in Nova Scotia, and he is from a very small area of Nova Scotia, and it is very low key. It's very slow. It's very, very gentle, very, very lovely, pleasant people, but slow and gentle. I mean, even in their biggest city, it's slow and it's gentle. So that energy level doesn't surprise me in this particularly. Sadness to anger, he says. And so that's potentially a grief cycle. Or at least, he names that very, very well. The frustration, the irritation, the anxiety that can come with the anger part of that grief cycle. So that stacks up as a positive for him. He may well be in grief, and he's describing that. There's some lip compressions. The RCMP and major crimes are working around the clock. Lip compression on that, potentially withheld opinion about that. And 6 weeks have gone by, and there's some lip compression around that. So is he holding back a viewpoint maybe on this is taking too long, they're not doing enough? It's a possibility there, especially because if he has moved from sadness to anger, that could suggest a frustration, an irritation with how slowly this might be going. And again, in his favor, he's looking for answers somewhat, and he's happy to get himself checked out with this polygraph that they talk about. So he's not saying that, well, he's done it. He's got that done. So he's getting involved. He's relatively positive about getting involved. So in many ways, there's a lot going for him on this one. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I actually agree. He's calm. His ankles are crossed. And Mark actually taught me this. We were at a bar, I think, when you taught me this, which makes it harder to stand. And him getting in a position where it's harder to stand up means that there's likely more comfort there. His blink rate through the whole clip here is steady. There's some small fidgeting. It's probably more likely due to cameras than guilt. There's some protein buildup in the mouth with some white stuff you'll see in his lips. Greg's going to definitely talk about this. Greg worked at the world's #1 stress laboratory, and there's some protein there. But people might see the hands on his lap as genital protection. It's not. When we call those things out, it's important to note the first C of the 5 C's, which is change. His behavior is essentially baseline here. In this position, we don't also see wrist protection or hand tightness or rigidity in the lower body. So the legs are calm and relaxed. Keep in mind, we're analyzing his responses to specific questions here. Somebody who's guilty isn't going to just off gas a bunch of behavior regardless of the situation. There are a few factors that matter in whether we're going to see relevant behavior in a situation. So there's essentially 7 things that matter if we're going to see something relevant. So we have perceived stakes, how the person sees the stakes, the intent of the question, maybe it's trap or a neutral one or rapport building. There's some personal relevance, which would be the 3rd. The 4th would be social pressure. And 5th is expectation of judgment. 6 would be narrative control, like who's steering the conversation. 7 would be timing. We're seeing something big in timing, which is we might see early self-monitoring versus a lot of late stage fatigue and leakage there. And we're not seeing a lot of that. So looks pretty good here. The mainstream media is not broken at all. It is functioning exactly as it was designed. It exists to manipulate you, to divide you, to feed you fear and outrage and distraction while pretending all of that is information. And most people are still swallowing it like it's gospel. I've spent years studying propaganda and psychological operations and human behavior, and I will tell you this plainly. The media is not here to tell you the truth. It's here to shape your truth without you even realizing it. Every network, every outlet, left
or right or center, they are all playing the exact same game. Keep you emotionally hijacked, cognitively blind, and addicted to narratives engineered by people who have zero interest in informing you at all. So they manufacture a bunch of division. They amplify lies and they bury stories that threaten their control. This is not journalism. This is mass psychological warfare. This is why we use ground news. It is not just a news app. It is a tactical weapon for
showing.
YouTuber, sorry, I'm laughing at your comment. Try not to laugh, honey. Oh my God. Don't forget, they don't know all the details we do.
But it's not showing if he is, which doesn't mean he's either innocent or guilty at this point. You just see that and go, that's what's missing, and here's what we're seeing. So at the beginning, we're seeing him dapping a little bit of that thumb on his hand like that. Not a whole lot. That's how he's getting rid of some of that built up stress and tension. And then sometimes, depending on what's happening, like when he says it's been a long 6 weeks, that's when his legs tighten up a little bit and his feet kind of scooch around a little bit. Not a whole lot, just a little bit. So that suggests discomfort there. Now, something's odd to me when he says everybody basically in the world at this point wanted to know what happened, like it's over and already happened. So I think he sees that whatever is going on has already happened and is complete part of it, which would be the kids are not with us anymore. So that kind of bothered me a little bit. It looks like he's accepted that. And then he's the one that asked for the polygraph test for the lie detector test. That doesn't happen that often. The person going in doesn't say, hey, give me a lie detector test. Here's my phone. Here's all my stuff. So that's a little odd. I'll get a little while later. And you can see it as one way. So that's somebody that's guilty because they want to go ahead and get that over with and get all that stuff started. That's one way to look at that stuff. But then there's that smiling. Well, when she asked about a party being in his house the night before, he says it didn't happen that night. And we see a little bit of smile on his face. So I don't think that's Duper's delight in there. I think a lot of people may think that might be, but I don't think that's what it is because it didn't show up like it usually does when we see Duper's delight. So this one's really different for me. It's really we're seeing things
it didn't show up as it should.
Because quite often.
So here they're talking. I hate to be horrible, but truthfully, they're laughing because they're talking about Daniel's having some IQ issues and potentially it doesn't show up like it could, and that's why they're all laughing because they allude to maybe he has some, maybe he's of low intelligence, and so it's not normally showing and presenting like Duper's delight like it would. Let's keep listening.
Yeah. So, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, a few things. Chase, I think I'll start off by talking about the protein buildup just because you mentioned it. Yeah, when we grab people, when you're pushing these people through the level of stress we do at SEER, you'll see their bodies start to scavenge all their mucous membranes. You see protein buildup in the corners of their mouth. That's from high duress. You don't see it very often in your life. Likely, most people will never see it, but it's really common in people that are going through that whole program. So we see it build up as indicators of stress. Another one, Mark, I'm going to jump ahead into pieces back and forth that tie off to what you guys are talking about. I agree with you. I see frustration. And where I see that frustration is when he's asked about being a suspect. Agitation rises. And what we see is respiration change. Listen to it. You can hear it. Concern or frustration, something in his brow right there. It's knotted right here. He doesn't use his brow a lot, but right in these muscles, you can see a lot. But there's no grief in the brow. There's no grief in the chin. So that tells me it's probably more like frustration. And then he withdraws his lips like that. And he's either moistening his lips for appearance or it's a request for approval of some kind. It doesn't show stress. His pupils don't show any dilation. His respiration doesn't go through the roof, but his breathing changes when he's asked that one question. He also chafes. This is a good indicator when a person chafes as part of their nature and tells you about something that happened, but doesn't try to redirect the conversation. He's just rattling off things that happened. The one piece that I wish would have been explored a little bit is that not last night, not the night before, because that's an abandoned statement that I cut. There's nothing after that tied to this question. So the reason I cut the video there is because it's like, that's frustrating as hell. There's another thing, Chase, you talk about 7. There's a lens that all those 7 are taken through, and we have to all be careful. We all are. We talk about this all the time. We look for patterns, not how we feel. One of the biggest mistakes you can make is assuming the person sitting across the table from you feels the same way you do, or understands things the same way you do, or has the right neurological programming. I think we may have something here that I'll show you why as we go through, but I think we may have a divergent neurotype here. And I think that's part of the reason, not the slow speaking and all that, but we're going to see other really good indicators from people I've worked with in the past. But he does have no illustrators. He's locked down. He's crossed. It's consistent. We think of that as a baseline. I think he came here with some talking points, and we can look for that when he delivers those because he's awkward in the way he does it. He goes to a slow cadence. At this point, 6 weeks have gone by, followed by lip compression. I think that's where the frustration starts, Mark. And then we know they're not in the woods. And where are they? That's a list of things. You don't string things together with and. You would say so if it was a normal conversation, which is why I think he came here to say certain things. We'll pay attention to see if we see more of that. But at the end of the day, guys, I don't see a lot of anything I would call deception. We talk about pupil dilation. We talk about stress. We talk about.
Very interesting comments so far. Yeah, I know. It's really interesting.
So stress can come from lots of things. Stress can lead up to going in there. And many of you people that are watching, you have trouble with public speaking or a test or something else. And you ramp that stress up, even though it's not really caused by the event, it's caused by apprehension going into it. Could be the same thing here. We could see all that stress from this. We could also see stress from an altercation with family. We can't read that. But what we don't see here is a lot of reaction. We don't see pupil dilation, a lot of blink rate, eye lock, any of that. It looks normal, normal cadence, normal speech.
And you know what else? His sentences aren't structured for prepared answers. So I agree with you on that.
You know, here's an interesting one for you guys. Sadie and I Sadie has a great channel, guys. If you haven't gone there, go check out Sadie's channel. And we were talking one day, and there was a single short interview with this guy where I was suspicious of him, really suspicious of him. This video is much different than what you see in that first interview with him. So it's always good to get long form so we get more input. But go check Sadie's channel out and see what she's got there.
Where do you look at it? Where is it?
Sadie, Prime Minister Behavior on YouTube.
Okay.
It's been 6 weeks now since you've seen Lilly and Jack. I just want to ask, how are you holding up?
It's been a long 6 weeks. I know that everybody basically in the world at this point is always wanting to know like what happened. It's been from sadness to anger at this point. And I know the RCMP and major crimes are working around the clock trying to piece everything together. And I'm grateful for that. But it always leaves the question, 6 weeks has gone by, and we know at this point they're not in the woods. And where are they?
Did you feel in the beginning that they suspected you?
Of course. The stepfather was always a prime suspect right off the beginning.
You felt that from the beginning?
Yeah.
But you don't feel that now?
No, I don't feel that at all. I asked for the lie detector exam, the polygraph exam. I gave them my phone. I told them I do drug tests because there's a lot of rumors online about a drug party. Mm-hmm. I know the person that said those rumors, and it was just to take the heat off themselves.
Was there any kind of party?
No.
Was there any kind of gathering that someone might have thought was a party?
No.
There were no people at the house?
No, not the night before.
Okay, you mentioned.
Not the night before. Interesting. He's trying to directly dispute the witness testimony of cars coming and going, right?
You offered to take a polygraph test.
Yeah.
Did the RCMP take you up on that?
Yes, it did.
And how did that unfold?
That unfolded in my favor. They obviously know I wasn't lying about anything.
So they said, "Yep, great, thank you. Come in for a polygraph test."
Yeah, it took a little while to set up. And
when did you do that test?
I don't know the exact date, but that would be at least 3 weeks ago, probably.
So roughly 3 weeks after the disappearance.
Yeah.
And I think most Canadians wouldn't have any idea what's involved with that. Can you describe the process? You go in and just tell us right from the start.
We go in, sit down in a big comfy chair, and they have multiple sensory pads. You have them underneath your forearms, you have them underneath your butt, and you have them underneath your feet with your shoes off. You have a sweat gland on one finger. You have a measuring instrument for blood flow that goes in and out of your hand, and you have cuff on your arm for blood pressure to measure your pulse.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was extremely nervous. Especially with the first question they asked, did you kill Lilly and Jack?
That was the first question they asked you?
Yeah. Yeah.
What went through your mind when someone's asking you that question so point blank like that?
Your mind has a massive release of chemicals, I guess you would call them. It's like your stress levels just astronomically through the roof, and your body doesn't know what to do because it's not every day the way you're hooked up to machines in an interrogation room where someone asks you questions like that.
What other kinds of questions did they ask you?
All the questions pertain to the death of Lilly and Jay. Are you accessory to the murder of Lilly and Jay? They were all.
So all of the questions assumed that the children are no longer alive.
Yeah.
There were no questions at all about, did you take them somewhere? Could they be somewhere?
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So we talk a lot about eye movement, eye accessing cues, and about internal dialogue. This is one of the single best internal dialogue indicators I've seen. When we say that, we typically mean a person's looking down into their left. When he's asked the question about the date, watch him trying to figure out, okay, and I can't tell you what he's thinking, but that was the day I went here and here and here. And so he comes up with a date as he's figuring that out. He's rifling likely through a series of events that would tie it back for him. That we see in a lot of people when we ask a hard question that they should know the answer to. Where were you Tuesday? And they go, that's a different story. This is about a person who's trying to give you real facts. This is the beginning of when I start to say, this guy may be neurodivergent. You ask a hard question, there's only a way that he knows how to process the data, and he's going to hand it back to you in a different way than you perceive it, which means you need to question him very differently. And we're going to see, while this woman does a pretty good job of questioning.
This is also a very interesting statement he just made. This guy is neurodivergent. In other words, autistic, or does he have mild autism? That kind of thing is what they're getting at. And so he should have been questioned differently. Now that's a fascinating perspective, because I would bet dollars to donuts that the person asking him the 4 questions under the lie detector test did not understand that and did not ask those questions differently to accommodate for what they're saying is some sort of neurodivergence.
There's some missed opportunity there because she's not taking into account how this thing works. The other interesting piece, he shows the same level of concern when he's asked that as he did when he was talking about being a suspect. A little bit of wrinkling in the brow, not a whole lot. Then he gets to how pure facts work and how the actual poly works. Watch his hands come up. He gets animated. Fact-based answers, lots of animation. Complex concepts, not much animation. Has to rifle through and figure out what it means, works through it. But you can see him raise his hands, start to illustrate about that when you're punctuating your brain's thoughts with your body, your hands, some item or that. And all those barriers, those closed up things we were talking about are gone. Remember, I say if you've got 5 pieces of body language, and those are gestures, illustrators, regulators, adapters, and barriers, those adapters and barriers start outnumbering the other stuff, it probably means you need to pay close attention. But this guy does it as a baseline, and I think we're okay. These concepts are giving him a hard time. That tongue jut out of his mouth at the first question that they ask him is a little awkward. It would cause me great concern if he didn't follow with it pretty quickly, because he holds his tongue out of his mouth, not just a rejection tongue jut. Desmond Morris said was baby's first no. She should have asked a follow-up question here, in my opinion, because when he said the first question was, did you kill them? He didn't answer it. I would have said, so did you? But that's not exactly the way most people behave. And here's how I know that the guy.
Wow, that's a great observation. He didn't answer the question directly. Interesting.
Is not neurotypical or does not fit the standard model. When she asks him a question about how he felt, what does he say? I would say, I was angry. I was enraged. I felt hormones rolling over me. I felt chemicals rolling. He answers in a very literal way. And a lot of people who are not neurotypical will answer the question they think you're asking with no concept of what you really meant by the question. That's the beginning of it for me. He doesn't answer with indignation. I was madder than hell. He just says, hey, I had these chemicals. And then she says, then when she goes into the second question, he shouldn't follow up either. So this guy gets past both of those, but I don't think he's doing anything out of the norm. I think it shows us insight into how his brain works, that he is going to answer a question a physical way rather than saying, I felt like this, I was angry in this. And we'll find later the right question gets the right answer. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, really interesting, Greg. He seems very much in a world of things rather than feelings. I agree. He gets super animated on the polygraph stuff, and great illustrators. Like he's taking us through the whole thing. It's better the description of a polygraph than I've ever had from anybody, I think. You know, there's sensors I've not heard other people describe there. So it's like, oh wow, you really paid attention to this.
And
Seems
probably
like
asked questions because he knew names for things.
Totally. I think he was very involved with it, and very interested in it. You know, interested in the.
Welcome in, Autumn. Yes, we covered that on this channel here, the assessment of Malaya 2 days ago. If you want to go check that out on the live 2 days ago, we did cover that interview here on this channel. It was at the end of the live, but you can go check that out if you like.
Tech and the process, in the same way that he's interested in the process of sadness to anger, but we're not seeing the sadness or the anger, but he's interested in the process and the delineation between the things. So great baton gestures, which are the gestures that conduct along to the rhythm of the speech, as Scott would say, specific words and phrases, is a great way of saying it. We get good baton gestures from him, so his body and mind are very much in alignment. Hard to do that when you're making stuff up. And listen, why would he make this stuff up? So this is really a baseline of what kind of person have we got here? Somebody who enjoys the tech, enjoys the world of things, isn't quite so much engaged in the world of feelings. Chase, to your point, no change in those feet, radically, still cross. It would take him at least 1, 2, 3, 4 moves to get up, to, from that. So he's pretty relaxed. He's pretty calm in this situation. And you might go, okay, but why be so relaxed and calm? The kids are missing. Well, 6 weeks into it, he's maybe more a things person than a feeling person. He's from Nova Scotia. That might have some aspect to it. So there could be, and we don't know his relationship with the kids. We know he has more kids, but we're kind of predicting, well, if you have kids, you always feel the maximum amount of emotion for all of the kids that you have any relationship with. Well, maybe not all of them, maybe none of them, perhaps. I don't know his relationship with the kids. We're just going, well, a good person, a good father would have the best possible relationship with all kids, but that's not life. This just doesn't work like that necessarily. I mean, great if you're a father and you do have a brilliant relationship with absolutely all of your kids within a blended family, absolutely. But wow, tough, hard to do. Hard to do. Anybody who's in that kind of relationship situation, my hat is always off to them. I'm like, wow, that's real dedication. That's a real choice to go, I'm going to make the best of this relationship. That's not, you don't necessarily fall into that. That's a choice that you make. There's an eye change and a pause around, are you accessory? This is a question he was asked. Are you accessory to, then pause, eye change, the murder of Lilly and Jay? So it feels like he has to reach and search for the framing that he was given. It doesn't seem like it's a framing that naturally comes to him. So even with that, I kind of feel that he's having to use somebody else's framing. I'm wondering whether he thinks the kids have been murdered in some way. That's a framing that he's been given. He has to search for it again and deliver it. He doesn't feel that comfortable.
I'm wondering if he thinks the kids have been murdered. It's very, very interesting. Yeah, Faye, I like him too. I like all these guys. They're great.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Scott, what do you got on this one?
Let me ask you something first, Mark. If this guy's from Nova Scotia, what do you call him? Like, if you're from Ireland, you're Irish. This guy's what would you call him?
Nova Scotian. Nova Scotian.
Oh, okay.
I don't think there's any short. I can't think. Well, right. Nova Scotians. Hello, Nova Scotians. I know we have some out there. I definitely know we have quite a few out there actually who watch the show. Yep. Put down below whatever the shortened. For example, if you're from Newfoundland, you'd be a Newfie. If you're from Ontario, you're just an Ontarian. So I don't know whether there is a short one. Nothing.
Maybe we can come up with that.
Beautiful country, man. From the pictures, somewhere I'd love to live.
Yeah. Incredible. Yeah, beautiful.
Right. Okay, sorry. So when he says that unfolded in my favor, he lets out this big breath of relaxation. So that he's got some stress happening there, but I can't tell if that stress is from that bothering him or it's the stress is building up because he's afraid that's been put on him, in other words. So then he says, yeah, I was extremely nervous. Then he smiles. I think that's a nervous smile. I don't think that's again, Duper's delight in there at all. And a lot of times we see it like when he had that tongue come out, we see the tongue between the teeth, which it does have a little bit there. That suggests that we got away with something. We see somebody do that. They've done a prank on somebody or they've taken something, they're goofing with them. But here it's mostly his lips touching his telling when he does that. So that could go a couple of different ways. Go back to the Desmond Morris way that you're talking about, Greg. It could go, I'm getting away with something, but I don't feel like this cat is getting away with anything right now. Anyway, I don't feel like that. So that was really interesting for me. It may just be a nervous tick he hits because he's licking his lips and stuff all the time in here. So, but we do see a nostril flare. We hear fading facts after he tells her what the first question was, which was, did you kill the children? And then the is the fading facts part. But it's not the fading facts part where you're being deceptive, where you give an entire answer and it keeps getting quieter toward the end like that. It's just that one word going, like that, because as he's thinking about it, it bothers him, not because he's being deceptive about it, but he hates that coming out of him agreeing with that or saying yes or addressing that situation at all. It probably bothers him. His blink rate's almost gone. And his eyes are real wide. And he does that classic looking at the person asking the question after he's answered to make sure they believe him. But I think it's to make sure he's being accepted or that the question landed right or the answer landed right with her. Not that he's waiting to see if she believes him or not. I'm starting to go with you, Greg, on this. You and Mark, I think there might be something up. Yeah, too. Maybe you too, Jason. I think maybe everybody said that. There may be something up here from a personality type situation. So then when he talks about the release of chemicals and talking about his feelings and all that, you could look at that two ways and say, well, he's feeling the rush for his limbic system. But then again, you could say, like you were saying, Greg, he's looking at it from an analytical position and saying, well, here's what happens when you're asked a question like that, or when I was. That's the way it was for me. Because he doesn't say brain, he says mind. He said it didn't say it happened in his brain, because we talk about the limbic system and things and chemicals and things. We talk about the brain, but he talks about the mind. Two completely different things. The mind housed in the brain.
He may not know. Right. I was going to say, you assume that. One thing I've learned about people who have like somewhere on the autism spectrum is if you tell a story, they tell a story similar and they're not trying to one-up you. They're trying to internalize it and turn it into something, feed it back to you. So you can see they understand. Very different mindset than you would know if nobody taught you that.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll leave it with that. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I think this one clip is an example of us coming at this thing from 4 different angles, which is great. I think this is astonishing. And let me start with a caveat. I'm not a licensed polygraph examiner, but I do own and operate 2 professional grade polygraph systems. And the systems that I own are proven to be over 90% accurate. They included a lot of advanced metrics like EEG and brainwave mapping and something called pupillometry, which is the micro pupil measurements, down to, I think, the 100th of a millimeter. So while I'm not certified under some standard law enforcement protocol, I'm not speaking from ignorance either. With that said, what's being described in this clip, if it's true, is idiotic, stupid. The subject says he was given a polygraph and that the first question asked was, did you kill the kids? Not only is that an absurd question to open with, it flies in the face of every basic principle of polygraph procedure.
Here we go again. More criticism. I'm going to read you an email in a second, too, before we end. More criticism of how this case was conducted, the investigation was conducted.
Any examiner with minimal training knows you begin with some control questions, neutral, verifiable, emotionally irrelevant. We establish some kind of baseline. And I think even more revealing than that was the subject, this guy, says all the questions were about the kids being dead and not missing. That frames the entire polygraph examination around an assumption of death, not disappearance. And what this does, it anchors that guy into a conclusion that he might not share, which makes him pass the test. And it's not just crappy interviewing, it's potentially contaminating the entire investigation. So if this is really, and maybe it's not, but if this is how law enforcement ran the test, they not only compromised the results, they showed the subject, this guy, their entire hand, and possibly gave him a roadmap for denial. This is not how you run an interrogation, and it's sure as hell not how you run a polygraph. And right after he says, I was nervous, especially around the first question they asked, which was, did you kill Lilly and Jack? We get that kind of behavioral spike. And first there's fidgeting, and it's not casual. It's like a pressure release valve. The system's dumping this tension out, and this the second that this thing gets airtime, and I don't think it's recall. I think he's reliving this, and we see that stress. Then we see a tongue jut, and this is a classic rejection or regret cue here, and it lands after the quote, which matters. He's not rejecting the memory; he's reacting to his own words, and that's called post-statement leakage, and it's gold right here. It's perfect, textbook. And then the almost sort of lip licking that's going on. His body wants to self-soothe, but I think he cuts it off. I'm not sure. But there's definitely some internal conflict. But if you put all this together, this trio might look like some kind of confirmation of guilt. I don't think it is. But I do think it's a strong congruent cluster for some kind of internal conflict around the statement, that question that he got asked. That's all I got.
I was thinking about that too for the polygraph, but I'm thinking maybe what they did was, since he's thinking the way he is in an analytical fashion, when they ask questions, so where are you from? What's your name? You go through the basics you go through and you sort of talk to him for a little while.
Awesome.
Then they may have messed up and said, all right, well, let's get started. They wouldn't say that, but maybe he got a feeling they got started when they asked that question.
Maybe. But if they still centered it around them being dead, idiots.
That's true.
Yeah.
Sorry. Idiots. Yeah, I'm sorry, RCMP, but a lot of professionals have said you guys bungled this case up. So I want to read you an email. We have another 36, 25, 40 minutes left of this interview. Oh, God, help me get through it because I'm so tired. And then I got to read you a really short email. For him, if it was really the first question, how he says past it means that people that he didn't do it. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's listen up.
It's a bad framing, which is why I wonder that, his what seems to be his issue for me in not being able to want to frame it in that way, that he's rejecting that framing. My assumption was, because I got the same sense, it's like, why are they starting with that question?
Right.
My assumption is he doesn't remember that bit. He didn't even know that was part of it.
Exactly. And people that show
this
level of stress over an interview, remember, limbic thought is going to take over their thinking brain, and their ability to recall the actual details is going to be very difficult, because it was high duress that put that protein buildup in Ops guy's mouth. It was not, casual, call you a name, poke you a little bit. It was really, really aggressive stuff.
What do you guys think about this woman as a questioner?
Let's wait until the next video when we really see it.
I know. I was going to find out now before that showed up, so everybody watching could get ready for it and not realize it. And thanks for my setup, Chase. I forgot we weren't friends.
She's showing genuine interest in here.
I think so too.
Appears to be interested, which is a good sign so far.
I think a whole lot of people want to know what happened in this case. I mean, this is a big deal in Nova Scotia for sure.
One thing I thought was great about her, though, is once she asks a question, she zips it, doesn't say anything, and lets him keep talking. That's so rare, especially if you're doing a TV interview, because they want to be asking questions that'd be fun. And it's not all camera on her the whole time. It's mostly him or both of them.
The camera's great. I love the camera.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's set up great.
Okay, you mentioned you offered to take a polygraph test.
Yeah.
Did the RCMP take you up on that?
Yes, it did.
And how did that unfold?
That unfolded in my favor. They obviously know I wasn't lying about anything.
So they said, "Yep, great, thank you. Come in for a polygraph test."
Yeah, it took a little while to set up, and
when did you do that test?
I don't know the exact date, but that would be at least 3 weeks ago, probably.
So roughly 3 weeks after the disappearance.
Yeah.
And I think most Canadians wouldn't have any idea what's involved with that. Can you describe the process? You go in and just tell us right from the start.
We go in, sit down in a big comfy chair, and they have multiple sensory pads. You have them underneath your forearms, you have them underneath your butt, and you have them underneath your feet with your shoes off. You have a sweat gland on one finger. You have a measuring instrument for blood flow that goes in and out of your hand. And you have a cuff on your arm for blood pressure to measure your pulse.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was extremely nervous. Especially with the first question they asked you, did you kill Lilly and Jack?
That was the first question they asked you?
Yeah. Yeah.
What went through your mind when someone's asking you that question so point blank like that?
Your mind has a massive release of chemicals, I guess you would call them. It's like your stress levels just astronomically through the roof, and your body doesn't know what to do. because it's not every day the way you're hooked up to machines in an interrogation room where someone asks you questions like that.
What other kinds of questions did they ask you?
All the questions pertain to the death of Lilly and Jay. Are you accessory to the murder of Lilly and Jay? They were all.
So all of the questions assumed that the children are no longer alive.
Yeah.
There were no questions at all about, did you take them somewhere? Could
No.
they be somewhere? When did you find out the result of your test?
Immediately right after.
What did they say to you?
You did a good job, you passed.
And how did that feel?
Good.
And did you feel that there was any further suspicion on you after that point, or was that sort of conclusive?
No, that was really when I seen the turning point for it's starting to taper off with investigators.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? That's when he felt the pressure was off of him from the investigators. This is 3 weeks after the kids disappeared. What the TF? What the TF?
Do you know if Malaya has taken one?
I don't know if I can say, but I will anyway. Yes, she did take one.
Okay, she took one. Do you know the result?
No. RCMP wouldn't let tell me I asked.
You said you feel like everyone in the world wants to know what happened to Lilly and Jack.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think this is getting so much attention?
Well, just the mysterious and nature of everything and how strange everything is. The RCMP, you know, I mean, they have to keep a tight lip on everything, but there's a lot more that meets the eye with the case.
Is there something that you think the public doesn't know that you can share that you want the public to know?
That's a hard one because I don't want to impede the investigation in any way. It is still missing persons investigation. It hasn't pivoted to any type of criminal investigation. But the kids were seen the day before. I know a lot of people didn't know that. I still see a lot of stuff online that the kids could have been missing for days. They were out of school for days, and they were seen in the Glasgow area on camera the day before the disappearance in the afternoon.
Where was that?
I don't know if I can say that, but it was near the Highland Square Mall.
Was it with you?
It was with me, Malaya, and Meadow, and Lilly and Jack were there too.
And are the police aware of that?
The police were aware of that since.
Do they have that video?
Yes, they do. I also talked to my coworker in the parking lot as well, and he verified that with investigators as well.
Which coworker, I wonder, did he talk about? Which coworker did he talk about? Did he talk to? Are we talking about Jordan Geddes? Curious.
So for all the speculation, they were gone days ahead of time, or they were seen the afternoon on camera before the disappearance.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
So you've heard me say it 5 bazillion times since our second video on the behavior panel. Let's look for what's missing first. And here's why. If you look at this clip again, all of the discussion has been self-centered. He discusses all the details of the case to clarify, not to seek return of the kids. He talks about people wanting to know what happened instead of getting them home. He makes no plea for their return, and no desire is visible on my end for people to help find them. There's no urgency other than his discussion about his own emotions during the polygraph exam. This could be a bunch of hallmarks of having accepted the fact that they might be deceased, but I'm not totally convinced. But I will say there's enough time to go through that grief process, the denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and then acceptance. This is called the Kubler-Ross grief cycle, but there was enough time there. There are a few stress indicators here, and they're here in this clip, but they're not any around guilt questions and responses. And in the ones that are present here, they don't occur in clusters. And not every human's going to spill out behavior that screams the truth. The questions are in the setting are critically important. And so far, there's no direct line of questioning to get involvement of guilt involved. There is a strong tongue jut again when he says Lilly and Jack. So it's the second time that we've seen a strong tongue jut in relation to the mention of these two children. And I'm wondering now if we're seeing a baseline stress response that we need to mentally catalog and keep an eye out for it. But this video, number 3, which is our third video, was my indicator we're probably dealing with somebody who is unique on the neurology spectrum here. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, really, really interesting. Okay, so still very low energy. Feet are still crossed, no change there. There's a great sense of resignation, I would say, in that energy. There's maybe some Nova Scotianness to it as well, but there's a great sense of resignation. Just as you say, Chase, that resignation could be past the whole grief cycle. And also that grief cycle doesn't necessarily show up in the order that it's often described in. You can jump from moments, you can jump back again, and you could even have anger with the kids. Of course, it makes no sense to us here because we're not going through the grief. But if you have been through that grief, you can often feel anger towards the victim of a grievous moment. So there's all kinds of things that can happen there that won't seem, from an outside viewer's point of view, you may not be able to work out why would somebody feel this at this moment. Also, Chase, for my money, in order to get round to going, hey, if you see the kids, here's what they look like, and he'd have to go against the line of questioning of this interviewer. And is he the kind of person that would take control of this interview? Like you and I, maybe all of us here, maybe we would, maybe he won't and he doesn't. So there's a lot of possibilities here. Chase, the biggest thing on my mind at the moment is you are wearing a watch that I've not seen you wear before. It's the Omega Swatch Mission to the Moon watch. It's a lovely watch.
How the shit did you know that?
Because that's just, I pick up on these things. And it's a lovely watch. And there are some people out, it's a beautiful watch. There are some people out there who think that Swatch made a bad move, a grievous move doing this. I'm one of the people who think it was a wonderful move that they made. It's a particularly nice watch. I wish I had one myself, but I would love the whole collection.
They've got all the planets, I think, but this was a Father's Day gift. So,
Oh, really? Well, that's what I was going to say. How come I've not seen that before? What an absolutely wonderful Father's Day gift. I can't think of a better Father's Day gift. It's lovely. Lovely. Nice.
Thanks.
Kids, nice watch that you got, Dad. Nice watch. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, there's a whole lot going on in this one. I agree with you. And to be able to, even if it's not about the grief cycle, to be able to stand up and say, hey, wait a minute, the kids, takes a certain amount of social awareness. I don't think this guy has it. I don't think he's got to your point, he's not the person to interject and say, wait a minute, hold on, back off. It's interesting to watch him. That one of the things we know is when a person gets to that point, they got protein in the sides of their mouth, licking their lips is not really a big deal because you constantly want that out of your mouth. It's a weird feeling. If you had gone through it, you'd feel all that stuff building up. It kind of makes you crazy. But the tongue jut is still there. And the tongue jut, when he talks about the children, surely looks like some kind of disapproval or something going like that. When he says they told him you did a good job and you passed, for the first time we see real pleasure. He looks pleased with himself, except for he smiles big. And there's that one little quick up in the left side of his face that makes me think there's some contempt. So if this questioner were a little bit more adept, she could have asked a more complex question and gotten a different answer. Like, did you feel like they were thorough enough? Would you want them to go harder on someone else other than the parents? And you'd get a different answer because he's very literal to this point. There's good eye accessing a couple of times in this, but a really good one when he's asked about Malia and whether she's taken a lie detector or not. We watch his eyes go up to his right and see a little stress and then come back. There's no deception. He comes back and he tells them, yeah, and his whole body is nodding. Well, by the way, when he's pleased about this thing, his whole body is nodding. And then when he's talking about her and when she took the lie detector, it's the same thing. His whole body is nodding. It's really interesting because it's almost childlike in its exuberance of doing well on the poly. Now, whether they told him that or not, maybe he's just a good bullshitter and he got past me and I don't see it. But I don't think so. I think that there's more to this case. When he says that there's more to this case than meets the eye, he also does that same nodding, which makes me think he knows something he's not telling us. He can't tell us. Then she asks about something you can share. He goes right back to that same eye accessing.
He knows something he's not telling us. So fascinating. We've watched this before on this channel. But in hindsight and going back, as we learn more and more about him and his lies and his behavior and his meth use and everything else, is so interesting. He knows more that he's not telling us.
Point. The same thing he did with Malia, and he looks stressed and he comes back down and he doesn't answer. Then he goes into, this is still a missing person case. It hasn't pivoted. That's interesting language. That means he knows that something's bigger than we know. And there's an opportunity to tear that little piece, that little statement to pieces using good questions, slice it and feed it back to him. Why does that matter that it's not still being treated that way? What do you mean by still? 2 kids are missing. What more could there be? Those are 3 questions I would have followed up and would have gotten very literal with him, because we know he answers literal questions really, really well. But then when he's asked where the kids were, he's back that same ISQ. He goes for the 3rd time. And associated with the facts, he shouldn't say something, he does say it, 2 of them. So he doesn't tell us something. He tells us about Malia. He tells us about the fact that the kids were at the location with him, and he goes to the same accessing place. When they're asking him that 3rd time, and he doesn't give us information, it means he's holding something back that he considers valuable. And then we watch him doing the double shoulder shrugs when he's doing the coworker validated kids with him. I think what we're seeing here is he's telling us everything he knows, and he's holding back the one thing that is important that he's been told he can't. This makes me believe him even more, even though I do believe he is, you put it pretty well there, Chase, he's pretty unique neurologically. I think he's not like me neurologically. So asking questions the way that he understands the questions is a powerful tool. And I don't think we see that in this questioner. Scott, what do you got?
Okay, you guys have covered most everything, but I'll go over lightly some of the same things, but my take on them. Like we're talking about when he answers that question, you did good, you passed, when he said that. I think that emotion is he's proud. It's almost like he's accomplished something. If you're good at sports and didn't know it, like you made a touchdown or a goal or whatever, I think that's what that looks like he's proud of having done that. So that lets me know he wasn't worried about that in the sense that we would be worried about it. You know, I don't think he was worried about it from being thought of as guilty, just that he was going to do well on that test. So that sort of leans toward the neurodivergent situation we've been talking about as well. And after he says the police were aware, when he's talking about the children being seen near the mall, he does this hard lip grip after that. And I think that's him hoping that he didn't say too much, because I agree with you, Greg. He's hiding or he's holding something in. Don't know if he's hiding it, but they've said, don't say anything about this, don't say anything about that, don't say anything about this, for whatever reason. You know, they may not want. There are situations where you don't want to give out information like that, so somebody can make their plan that if they've done something to the kids and they've got, well, here's what I did that day, they won't add. So we went by the mall as well and saw so and so and so and so. Then we went back on this path they were down. Tons of reasons why you wouldn't want to let that information out. So I think he's got some important information, and I think he's holding back. And so that's where I'll leave it there. What are you going to say, Chase? You were going to say something?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good.
No,
you passed.
Thanks.
When did you find out the result of your test?
Immediately right after.
What did they say to you?
You did a good job, you passed.
And how did that feel?
Good.
And did you feel that there was any further suspicion on you after that point, or was that sort of conclusive?
No, that was really when I seen the turning point for it's starting to taper off with investigators.
Do you know if Malia has taken one?
I don't know if I can say it, but I will anyway. Yes, she did take one.
Okay, she took one. Do you know the result?
No. RCMP wouldn't let tell me I asked.
You said you feel like everyone in the world wants to know what happened to Lilly and Jack.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think this is getting so much attention?
Well, just the mysterious and nature of everything and how strange everything is. The RCMP, you know, I mean, they have to keep a tight lip on everything, but there's a lot more that meets the eye with the case.
Is there something that you think the public doesn't know that you can share that you want the public to know?
That's a hard one because I don't want to impede the investigation in any way. It is still a missing persons investigation. It hasn't pivoted to any type of criminal investigation. But the kids were seen the day before. I know a lot of people didn't know that. I still see a lot of stuff online that the kids could have been missing for days. They were out of school for days, and they were seen in the Glasgow area on camera the day before this appearance in the afternoon.
Where was that?
I don't know if I can say that, but it was near the Highland Square Mall.
Was it with you?
It was with me, Malaya, and Meadow. and Lilly and Jack were there too.
And are the police aware of that?
The police were aware of that since.
Do they have that video?
Yes, they do. I also talked to my coworker in the parking lot as well, and he verified that with investigators as well. So for all the speculation, they were gone days ahead of time, or they were seen the afternoon on camera before the disappearance.
On the afternoon before the disappearance, did he leak information there? Did he leak that? The afternoon before they disappeared. Thank you, Donna. Yeah, blue and pink hearts for Jack and Lilly. Thank you, Donna. Yes, blue and pink hearts for Jack and Lilly. We're almost done this interview. I'm going to read you a very brief email, and then we're going to wrap it up for the day.
How often are they in touch with you?
Investigators now, I'd say maybe once every 5 days. And usually I'm the one who calls or messages them.
And how's that changed over the course of the 6 weeks?
Well, from the beginning, it was almost daily, tapering off to where it's only like once every 5 days now.
And how do you feel about that?
It's good and bad. I mean, I like to talk to them in person about any little small details I come up with or anything I can try to bring to their attention, which can help the investigation.
Anything I come
don't
up
get
with.
to see them often, so it's always over phone or messaging, and it's hard to really convey what you want to say when you're not in person. But then I also know the eye's not on me. The investigators don't see me as part of the disappearance.
How do you know that?
Well, when you're going from daily to tapering off every 5 days, I mean, I've already gave them everything on my phone. I'm the one who originally said, here, take my phone. We'll go through all my banking information. We'll go through all my stuff on my GPS from Google.
And you were offering all that up, right?
Yeah,
from the
I offered
beginning.
everything
And why were you doing that?
to show them that I want to get the investigation moving. I know I have nothing to do with any of it. A lot of speculation is you killed the kids. We'll just come out and say it straight as it is.
What do you think when you read that?
It's a lot of nonsense, obviously. I know the truth. I didn't kill Lilly and Jack. And I just think a lot of people online they're seeking drama. That's the main thing. Everybody's allowed their own opinion, like I said before, but it's hard on the people that were actually there and missing the children. Still haven't got to see any of my kids, including Lilly and Jack. And that's been really tough, going from a family of 7, including my other 2 kids that live in Halifax now, going from a family of 7 in the blink of an eye, your family's ripped apart and you're left alone.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
So there's one thing here, and I'll just do this one thing. His willingness to hand over his phone early in the case and framing it verbally as helping the investigation. That's a strong behavioral indicator of cooperation. And on the surface, that's very good. But I just want you to watch what happens next. He denies killing the children flat out. But the thing here is, no one asked him if he did. And this is where you need to pause and listen with some precision here. The interview and the overall investigation at this stage centers around this disappearance, not confirmed harm, not murder. And he may be borrowing from a suggestion from the polygraph examiner. So when in other cases, and maybe in this case, when somebody jumps to a murder denial unprompted, it can mean one of 2 things. Number one, they've already reframed the event in their mind, consciously or unconsciously, around death. Or 2, they're answering a question that nobody asked. And that should always raise an eyebrow. So now, what didn't he say? What's missing? He didn't follow up with, and I had nothing to do with them disappearing. He didn't touch the core accusation. And that's called strategic denial in most books. When you're looking through this, it's denying something that's technically true and skipping the thing that's damning. And I've got a cold, if you're wondering why my voice sounds weird right now. But again, this whole interview drifts. The questions are soft. The emotional tone stays calm. And I think somehow in a sit down about 2 missing children, no one asks anything that would make a guilty person sweat. Nobody. And that's the real issue to me here. And truth tellers usually say stuff like, you can ask anyone, or I want to prove I didn't do this. Guilty people usually speak in isolation. I didn't do it. Full stop. And this is called excluding a social frame. Like, go ask Tommy. He was with me or whatever. But I find it bizarre that this is an interview with a person about missing children, and no one is asking about missing children. It's ridiculous to me. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, a couple of really good points for him in here too, though. Let me walk through a couple of those. He starts off, he's loosened up. If you notice, he's punctuating his brain's thoughts with his head or illustrating with his head specific words and phrases, as Scott would say. His eyes are accessing to his right, but to a different area than they were before. So earlier it was all visual stuff, and now it's more auditory. As he's answering the questions about, it was once in 5 days. Now, the other piece is, as you pay attention to him, he's got a brow rise, which he doesn't have many, as he says, I'm usually the one that calls them, with the same really quick head nod. Yeah, look, I'm usually the one that calls them. The interesting piece is handing over your phone. I always love the fact people think they hand over their phone, then it's over. No, once you sign that document that says you're giving them access to your phone, that doesn't mean it's over. That means they're going to get what they get and keep checking. So it's interesting that people sometimes will think they've bypassed and then go put more information. There's fear in his face, really good fear. His eyes come back. He says in the beginning it was almost daily. I think he's almost childlike in the way he approaches some of his nonverbal communication. Then he becomes more communicative. His head starts moving around a lot more. And then here's the best thing that happens for him in the entire video series we've seen to now. When he says it was good and bad because I was not being bugged anymore, but they were not getting information, he shows grief in his brow. It's mild, but there's a little horseshoe, a little start of a curve, not as pronounced as mine is, but I'm not sure he can do that. That's a great, great, great indicator, because it says he cares that they are getting information from him about these children that could change things, which for me is a good, good indicator. Now, up to now, I've said, I think he's neurodivergent some way. I still think that. He does a stressed throat clear as she asks, what do you think? And that's another good one, because he should, maybe this is all building up. Then eye accessing, as he says, the eye is not on me. He drops down to his right and down to his left. What that means is he's having some emotional feelings and some internal voice for what it means, back and forth and back and forth. You might call that looking for change in the floor, the same move, that it is very powerful. And then we see the first real emotion we see in the entire video. To your point, Chase, we don't see a lot of emotion or discussion of people and children, but when he starts to talk about all these children, all 7 members of the family, we do see emotion. That's a good sign. It means he realizes that something has fundamentally changed. Scott, what do you got?
All right. At first, when he says he's talking to the police a lot, like once a week or, once every 5 days or something at this point. But I think he says he was talking to him almost every day.
Yep.
I think maybe he was bugging the shit out of him. And they said, look, man, let's just do this once a week. Because maybe he was calling for 5. What about this? How it is when there's something like that and somebody's concerned and they get up in their head and think, well, this could happen. And they'll say, well, this could happen. And you get this barrage of what could have happened during all that. I think maybe that's what happened. They tried to cool him out by being nice to him at the same time, because I think the minutia of that probably got old to him, wasting their time, which would make me think they might have knocked him out of the running already. So it could be wrong, but that's what I thought. Maybe they aren't looking at this guy anymore. So then when she says, what do you think about that when you read that? And about the people saying he did that. We hear him do this little thing with his voice, not a growl, not a clear. It's just this like that. I think that really bothered him. I think the whole idea of that bothers him. I think he's over it. He's just done it so many times, and he wants to say, I hate this and all that, but he's staying calm about it all. Then he eye blocks when he says, I didn't kill Lilly and Jack. And this could be 2 things. It could be one of those things where a lot of people are going to say, well, he closed it. That's eye blocking. So he's lying when he's saying that. Well, you'll eye block when you're saying something or hearing something that you don't want to hear, or something you don't want to say, or something that bothers you, or something you really don't agree with, like some kind of a joke you're hearing at work. People will block their eyes if it's a dirty joke and there's people around you wouldn't want to hear that. So I think this really bothers him. I don't think it's because he's being deceptive. I think it bothers him saying that and bothers him hearing those things. But at the same time, he's reeling it in and being calm about it and not getting angry. That's what it looks like to me. So instead of being deceptive, I think it bothers him, and he's just not becoming angry about it or getting angry about it on the outside. Then he talks about people having their own opinion, and this is frustration that we see, and we see it all the time, is with his legs, his arms, his little adapter there, and everything sort of moves at once when he talks about that. So, which is normal, because there's that little spike of, oh, that's uncomfortable for me. So, and then for some reason, he's been separated from the entire family. That part, again, kicks me back into something might be up here. So unless you have a situation where like you do in narcissism, where the narcissist knocks out all your friends and everybody else in the family against you. Maybe it's that kind of thing. I'm not saying his wife's.
Yes. Narcissism.
Narcissist, but maybe there's something going on with the wife where she wants to point at him if he didn't do it. If somebody did it, I'm not saying she did. I haven't seen her. I haven't seen any videos on her. I don't know anything about her, but maybe that's a situation where the wife is knocking him out of those family situations to separate him and throw blame toward him. I don't know anything about any more than what we've seen.
Scott's got it backwards because they don't know the details, right? Scott's got it backwards. He's the narcissist, in my opinion. Not Malaya, but you know. We're almost done here. We got 11 minutes, which at this speed will take us like 7 minutes to finish up. I'll read you the email I was going to read tomorrow because it's a little too long and I'm too tired for the extra 2 minutes. We've been running a long time today. We're over the 4-hour mark, so we're just going to wrap this up and then we'll read that email tomorrow.
In these videos, I'm just surmising something like that might be the reason, because so far I'm not seeing a lot of deception on this guy at all. So I can't imagine why they do that. So we're sort of seeing the combination of behavior and body language of somebody who could be deceptive and somebody who could be innocent. It's almost riding the line there in a lot of ways, for me anyway, when I'm looking at it like that. All right, is that everybody?
No. Yep.
Mark?
Oh, yeah. Look, here's the way I see it. I think he's in an interview here, which is all about and focused on him being innocent of murder. It's the way the questioning is going. And you're right, Chase, it should be an interview about 2 missing kids, but it isn't. Everything's focused on, and he's complying with that. He's complying with the frame of this interview. I think you're right, Scott, that he actually gets quite irritated, frustrated, and angry around this idea of, what did you think when you read that you killed the kids? He's angry and he wants this to stop. And I think that's his pleasure in this being over now. From his point of view, it's over that he's in the frame for this, but the interviewer hasn't shifted the frame to, okay, so now we're over with that. Let's what do you think? Where do you think they are? What do you think happened? The frame doesn't shift. Now, Greg, I mean, I've not watched the whole interview. Is it much longer than this? Or
No,
this
there's
is
only
pretty
one
much
other
it?
only one other interchange I took out about video. That's about it.
Right. So in my view, it's not a great interview because it doesn't set him up in any way. It sets him up to try and argue that he has no guilt. Greg, you got a thought?
Yeah, I'll tell you that when I talked to Sadie, I watched a very short clip and we covered, and I said, look, I would go and check water because he used some really awkward word patterning, even for him. And I would say now, look, if this guy's willing to come on, I'd love to talk for us to talk to him if you come on, because he's showing a whole different vision than he had in that 1 minute little clip.
Yeah. So it from my point of view, this still looks good. You're right. What would it look like if the questions were now more pointed towards, okay, so what's happened to them? I think he's frustrated at the whole frame of they've been murdered. I don't know whether he particularly accepts that as the full extent of the possibilities for them. I think it feels like he's gone through grief and has accepted he's unlikely to see them, but I'm not sure he's accepted that they're murdered.
Isn't that an interesting comment? Because I said the same thing. Why did the RCMP fixate on 4 questions about murder? What more would they have gotten out of that had they just asked, did you or Malaya arrange to have the kids removed from the home?
At this point. Anyway, and that's just conjecture from the information that I see here. Anyway, fascinating.
That's a 3-way tie. Well, I don't know, Chase. That landed there at the end. I'll give you that. Nicely done.
How often are they in touch with you?
Investigators now, I'd say maybe once every 5 days. And usually I'm the one who calls or messages them.
And how has that changed over the course of the 6 weeks?
Well, from the beginning, it was almost daily, tapering off to where it's only like once every 5 days now.
And how do you feel about that?
It's good and bad. I mean, I like to talk to them in person about any little small details I come up with or anything I can try to bring to their attention, which may help the investigation. So I don't get to see them often. So it's always over phone or messaging. And hard to really convey what you want to say when you're not in person. But then I also know the eye's not on me. The investigators don't see me as part of the disappearance.
How do you know that?
Well, when you're going from daily to tapering off every 5 days, I mean, I've already gave them everything on my phone. I'm the one who originally said, here, take my phone. We'll go through all my banking information. We'll go through all my stuff on my GPS from Google.
And you were offering all that up, right?
Yeah,
from the
I
beginning.
offered everything.
And why were you doing that?
To show them that I want to get the investigation moving. I know I have nothing to do with any of it. A lot of speculation is you killed the kids. We'll just come out and say it straight as it is.
What do you think when you read that?
It's a lot of nonsense, obviously. I know the truth. I didn't kill Lilly and Jack. And I just think a lot of people online they're seeking drama. That's the main thing. Everybody's allowed their own opinion, like I said before, but it's hard on the people that were actually there and missing the children. Still haven't got to see any of my kids, including Lilly and Jack. And that's been really tough, going from a family of 7, including my other 2 kids that live in Halifax now, going from a family of 7 in the blink of an eye, your family's ripped apart and you're left alone.
I think this is one of the most interesting ones we've done so far. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree, because I walk away from this going, okay, not a lot to see here. I think the guy's fine. I think it's okay. But the interview is not a great one. Okay, so I'd like to see more, with more focus on more focus on a lot of the stuff we talked about, but especially from my point of view, like, what do you think happened then? What do you think happened? Because we know you don't think it was you, and we know that you think there's a lot of evidence that says it's nothing to do with you. Yeah, I get that. Okay, so then what happened? It would be my line of thinking and questioning. Chase, what do you think?
Yeah. A lot of children go missing, and God bless these kids. Hope they're okay and safe somewhere. But we have somehow normalized child disappearances when they happen at scale. And there's thousands per year there. And we've taught ourselves, maybe don't look too closely. And we hear agencies kind of hide behind the no evidence of abduction thing. And we kind of keep strolling. So there's a couple of things.
I can't believe he just said that. I've been spewing that exact same language for how many months now with this case. We hear the agencies, nothing to see here, hide behind abduction. That's fascinating that he just said that. Wow, wow, wow.
I want to share here as a PSA, unusual signs of trafficking that you will never hear anywhere else. The first one is unusual language for their age. Phrases that you hear are like, I'm not allowed to say, or we just moved here, in kind of a robotic tone that sounds really scripted. That's a big one. And if you hear visible hesitation when they're offered simple choices, like if you ask, do you want chocolate or vanilla? And they have confusion and they look up at somebody that they're with, a lack of agency bleeds into the small stuff. And that's what you're seeing here. And finally, just perfect behavior and dead eyes. Like all the behavior looks normal, but the eyes are hollow or dead. And actually, I'll give you one question that you can ask. If you're ever curious to unlock the truth of one of these people, hey, what's your teacher's name? That's it. No threat, no pressure, just a question that every kid can answer in 1 second, unless they can't. And if they can, if they pause, they look confused, or they glance at an adult for some kind of guidance, that's a big deal. And this one's quiet enough to be safe, and I think it's sharp enough to break that wall. And we need better tools and better instincts for this kind of stuff. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, Chase, brilliant one question. That's a brilliant thing to remember when you're dealing with children, because that is a big part of their life. So a couple of things. Marginalized people behave in marginal ways. And this guy's pretty marginalized. Look at how he's living. Look at that. I don't know what he does for a living. Add to that this whole complexity of what I think is a neurodivergent personality. So how he responds to authority, how he responds in any situation is going to be different maybe than yours would be. And you have to adjust to that when you're questioning. Part of the problem we see here is this is a straight line question that now is making it about him being the murderer, to your point, Mark, whether he believes they're murdered, even if he does believe they're murdered, if he doesn't believe he's the guy, that creates a whole new grief cycle and all of those things. And, we can only see what we can see. Again, I would love, Mr. Martell, you're welcome to come. We'll talk to you. We'll grill the hell out of you. When you leave us, people will believe you if you're telling the truth. If not, it's not a good choice to come on. But what I would say is this guy accessed information consistently 3 times and then only divulged twice and said, I don't think I can answer that. That's consistency. And then look at that grief muscle pop when he says it's good and bad. There would be no grief muscle if I'm allowed to get away from the cops and I hurt these children. So I think it's a really powerful telling thing. And I think I'll look forward to seeing more from him, because if he gets in front of the camera more and gets asked the hard questions, it should help him and maybe help find these children. These are babies. Scott, what do you got?
And since we're talking about trafficking, it could be a child or it could be a girl who's almost an adult, or a boy at the same time. And there's a sign you can look for if they're aware of this sign. And if you see somebody take their thumb and put it right there and cover their hand with it like that, and they may do it 2 or 3 times, it may be behind their back. It may be in the front. They may be sitting there. They may be in a car and you drive by and you'll see that. That's when you call the cops right then. Don't mess around, because something's up. That's the international sign for I need help. So don't forget, it's just this here. This thumb goes on the inside. And if you're somebody young watching this and you have a problem, do that. You do the same thing. And that'll get you help as quick as it can get to you. That's the sign everybody should know. We should make everybody aware of. All right, fellas, thanks for another good one, and we'll see you next time.
Wow, it's always interesting to listen to these things again, because you hear things you didn't hear the first time. Just a couple of address the comments. My baby's army says there's no way he would go on with them. I agree. Jerry Lynn, yes, thank you for clarifying. It wasn't Jordan Geddes that was spotted. I couldn't remember exactly who the coworker was that said that he saw some. He couldn't tell if the kids were in the back of the car that day or whatnot. And Autumn, I have no idea if they're going to do another video. They did this months ago. I'm going to suggest not likely at this point. But yeah. And thank you, everybody, the mods included, new mods included. Welcome to the Mod Squad. Thank you, everybody who came here today. Do the likey things if you're watching on the replay, please. And we will be here tomorrow. We're going to do more Tepe, because I know Tepe's going to be on there. We're going to do Jack and Lily, and then whatever else is new, we'll cover. And if it's just Tepe and Jack and Lily, that's what we'll cover. But yeah, we'll see you back here tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. I'm going to go sleep because I'm exhausted. I need a nap. See y'all tomorrow. Love and light. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. Have a good day.